Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Block Party stream. And unmuted the Discord, so if you want to say hello, David. And I can't hear anything. It's a good start. Can anyone else hear David in the Discord? Well, that's embarrassing. I shall restart Discord. Should probably stop picking my nose on stream as well.
The audio is being routed over to the live stream later. So hello.
Here we are, we're back.
Are we back? Well, hello to everyone, at least in the voice chat channel, and hopefully those watching on Twitch as well. This is the afternoon session of Block Party 2020. In the absence of Dan Farrimond, who's had to go away and do something, I am now your host. A bit like when the supermarket have no toilet roll, so they send you a bag of couscous instead. But fortunately, we've got a lot of other more interesting people in the voice channel, including Steve Horsley, Horsenburger, ZX Guesser, who's the technician, looking a little nervous on the Twitch stream as though something's about to break, which it normally does. And Peter Kwan's in the voice chat channel as well, so if people would like to introduce themselves and what they do.
Well, I'm Peter Kwan. I've designed Teletext hardware and software. So I've put together the VBit inserter and the WX-TED editor. So I'm very much on the technical side of Teletext.
And hopefully we'll editor later again for some live collaborative teletext drawing, which had to be censored towards the end of last night's test stream, so we're looking forward to that.
Oh dear. Right.
Yes, this morning we've had Mr. Biffo himself, Paul Rose, on, talking about his time at Teletext, but also about My Parents Are Aliens. And this afternoon we're hoping to be taking a look at some of the viewer submissions to Chunkytext, the service which is run by ZX Guesser. So perhaps he'll be bringing a few pages up started. And certainly Steve may have a few comments on some of the artwork on there. That's good. That's the start. Now, the Teletext Art Contest is till midnight tomorrow. You can email the entries to ZX Guesser, or you can follow the details linked on the page, which will be appearing in the chat shortly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or you can just upload your work to Chunkytext and tell them which page it's on. Right, so
I'm just realising that David doesn't have a list of the entries, so I shall sort that out.
No, that's fine. I think I can identify some of them by the style. And fortunately, a lot of people have signed their work as well. So, Oh, hello, Nikki. Nikki's just popped in, who's been submitting a lot of her work to Chunkytext. So perhaps if we could... Oh.
I was going to say, I meant to say while I had the camera on, I've got my Block Party 2018 shirt on. Oh, the camera's frozen.
Can we see that?
On the stream there. Oh, and it looks like my webcam's dying. There we go.
Okay. I apologise, I just realised I've been looking at the wrong browser tab. The artwork we saw there, pages 201 and 202, are by Mohammed Fidian Daniel from Indonesia, who's recently joined the Teletext Facebook group, I think, and has actually just even done a animated Teletext video. I shall drop the link in to the Discord chat shortly.
What? No, don't bother. Anyway, our 2 o'clock session's just started, so I'm...
Oh, hello, Tammy.
The block
Can I just ask, why was streaming so I can't see a link for it?
Oh, I hope you're not online.
Oh, I was on the... Ah, yes, in the Discord, so that's not a hyperlink on the Twitch stream, but... So if anyone wants to step in and claim the pages as theirs, please feel free. If not, hopefully, Alistair will continue through them. Now, I know Carlos from the Teletext R podcast has already popped in, so hopefully he'll be joining us on the voice channel soon.
These pages are from Nikki. I'm just realising that David watching the stream is half a minute behind or something, so...
no, there's less lag than...
Is there less lag? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so I'm on 204. Are you on 204?
Just switched to 205, but...
Okay, oh, I see the number changing. Yep, we're there. Oh, hello, Jason.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you doing?
Right, thank
Yep, we had a quick look at your new archive website you've launched recently, searchable index of teletext recoveries. Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about that?
Sure, I don't know which version you've seen. Can we do screen sharing on? Yeah, I should do that and back now.
Dang.
It's on the link, didn't I? And it took me off the page. To do a screen share for that, but I'm not sure of this.
Okay. In the meantime, we've got some of Dan Farrimond's artwork up on Chunkytext on the Twitch stream. Oh, yes, it's on mine now, page 207. Yes. Very minimalist warm up there.
Brightly coloured.
Yep, took me all of 30 minutes, that one. So. Oh, Carl's joined us. Hello, Carl.
Hello, Carl.
What you doing?
Good, thank you.
You're live on
Good.
Twitch.
Oh, how about that then? Who's
Yeah,
here?
we're just We're just reviewing some of the fewer pages on Chunkytext at the moment to fill the time. So.
Okay, no problems. I'm just.
Chunky text. Does that mean you're Butterfinger text?
What is this one? Ah, no, there we go. 5 minutes ago. Norman Collier in the house.
Well, Dan's toilet roll drawing seems quite popular. So, page 210, some use of the unpopular holographics there for the coloured background. And occasional bursts of static from Jason.
Jason doing his hoovering?
Is that me?
Doing the shake and vac.
I think he's sending teletext over.
Where's that?
I think Jason's sending teletext signal over the Discord.
I've muted you for a second, Jason, because that's wiping everybody out.
Back of the box.
Where was all that static coming from?
That was Jason's microphone. Don't know why.
Yep, this is Block Party 2020. 4 hours of static and interrupted by dead air.
Well, I guess the reason of lockdown is to be rather static.
We were considering experimenting with tele software earlier, broadcasting some ZX Spectrum tapes over the voice channel, just to see if they survived Discord's compression algorithm. But we thought that wouldn't be fair on people wearing headphones, so maybe next year.
Besides, we've already got Teletext telesoftware. This is Dan's crocodile.
Yeah, with the whole graphics. And I think the plan for the art competition was we were going to have not quite a judge's choice section, but certainly get those more experienced in the scene to just say a few words about everyone's artwork. So certainly Carswell qualified second on that. And maybe if Steve's able to join us as well.
Have you got the radio on, Carl?
I have, yeah. Is it annoying you?
Yeah, that's coming through.
I'll whack that down. There you go. The Lee Vega radio that I've got serviced up. Well pleased with it.
I've got music on the stream, but I didn't pipe it into the Discord because I thought that might be confusing. That might be coming through now.
Yeah.
So that's what they can hear on the stream. I think it'll slow Discord down if I pipe that in.
Yeah, so is everyone looking at the lockdown recipes? Is everyone back on fresh food? Has everyone cleaned out the expired tins from 2008 and before in the cupboards?
We've had a Tesco delivery now, so we're back to cooking recipes on purpose instead of making them up now.
Yeah, we stocked up at Costco. Yeah.
Oh, have I lost the Discord again?
No, we're still here.
I could see Carl's. I could see Carl's mic thing going, but not getting any sound. So I thought maybe the sound had dropped out again.
Yes,
No, Alice, I'm actually making a lead up and it's I think the noise of the keyboard is sucking my mic up.
Yes, something's screwing you up. You're going out.
yes, it does sound like a couple of people might be on dial-up.
I think that was what was coming through on Jason's. He was dialing in.
And I'm not sure, but it sounds like the voice chat's somehow on the Twitch stream too.
Yeah, if you've got the Twitch on, mute it, because otherwise it'll feed around.
Okay, yeah, I was listening to the easy listen music, and I was thinking, wait.
It was more than edible, it was absolutely delicious. But then it did have copious quantities of red wine with it, so.
I do apologise for the rather jaundiced looking Shaking Stevens, whose face appears to be melting a Dutch on the right hand side. This was when I was, I think, experimenting with background graphics and held graphics a little.
Makes him look like the old Mirror Globe.
Well, Carlos is showing activity on his microphone, though unfortunately I can't hear him at the moment. Here we go. Here's a picture by Nikki. Here's someone
sorry.
That's brought things up somewhat. And Nikki is in the voice chat channel. Perhaps she'll jump in.
Yeah, Carlos, your maybe your mic's set to, like the voice activation thing instead of push to talk. Maybe that's why.
Yep, and here's some unlicensed Mr. T, based on the unlicensed Mr. T from Digitizer, who's actually been rather absent lately, though not quite as absent as fan favourite, the Rapping Shoe. Well, with everyone else's audio dropping out, I think I might have to rope in ZX Guesser as my co-host at this point.
Yeah, I'm here, just nothing to say. Oh, here's another excellent, Nikki's excellent entry here, Mawson Lewis.
Yep, more work by Nikki.
Okay, who are those two dudes?
For listeners and viewers who aren't familiar with Digitizer, the Teletext game service from the diseased, unstable mind of Mr. Biffo, those characters, Mawson Lewis, occasionally made appearances on the letters page, having bizarre adventures, often involving Mr. T, though they were rendered at somewhat low resolution in his version.
They look like they came out of an ITC action show.
Hey, you should probably explain, Biffo didn't invent Mawson Lewis. It's a detective show.
Unfortunately, I only really know them from Teletext, so perhaps someone is better versed in that era of television and could explain. I know that Morse, they're detectives, and Morse faked diabetes once to get into a hospital, but
Oh, Oh, wait a minute.
Oh yes, they were based in Oxford. That I know that much.
In Oxford, and he drives around in a dark red Jaguar.
So sort of.
Yeah, I think I once saw an ITV news bulletin on YouTube about the star dying of cancer or something. It was years ago, and I can't find the clip.
Yeah, John Thor as Morse.
Sort of like Starsky and Hutch.
Queenie as well.
Very middle-aged.
I've no idea at all what this is, so Nikki will have to describe this one.
Nightmare?
I know, yeah, Nightmare. How could you not know that one?
I was actually just kind of guessing right.
That's the helmet that the contestants wore, so they couldn't see that the dungeon was actually just a blue screen.
Green screen, yeah. Yeah, apparently
I'm not
they
actually
tried
watching the stuff at the moment.
Apparently they tried an American adaptation. At
Right.
least they got to the pilot, but didn't get picked.
No, I know this is Star Wars, dude.
Yeah,
Well,
it's like a Horsenburger original. Well, not original.
I think this is Nikki's.
Is it? Ah. I think Steve may have done the same at one time.
Steve's done one as well, I think, yeah. There's not many things Steve hasn't already done.
Yeah, I've done everything. I've done I can't think of anything else to do. I get really... Which is why I'm always asking. Help me.
So if anyone has any suggestions for Steve right now, please feel free to jump in.
I think I've got 2,500 done at my last count.
Lord Lucan.
That's just a blank one, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Hugh Laurie in Blackadder. Again by Nikki.
I thought it was a Hammer Horror Lady screaming.
Oh, this one's one of mine. Al from Quantum Leap.
Oh yes, you were saying you weren't too keen on drawing faces, and then you realised you
struggle with
didn't
fingers
like drawing
too.
hands.
That's really cool. That's really good.
Perhaps the next guesser can explain Quantum Leap. I'm even more out of my depth than with more.
I'm not sure I can... Oh, well, here's another Quantum Leap by Nikki. I'm not sure I can remember the entire pre-credits sequence where they explain the premise of the show every episode.
Basically, a scientist theorized you could leap between people in your own lifetime, and that's what he did. It was part of a secret government project.
Stepped into the
Problem
Quantum
was, he
Leap
was constantly
accelerator
leaping.
and vanished.
Problem was, he couldn't figure out how to get back home, so he was constantly leaping between people and ending up solving their problem.
Leaps from life to life, putting right what once went wrong and hoping each time that the next leap will be the leap home.
Until NBC cancelled them. Idiots.
So yeah, the face there on the right is the face I couldn't draw, so chopped it off and drew his hands.
Oh, Chip Forks chipped in there. I think we're in his wheelhouse with Quantum Leap.
This is Baldy Star Trek Man. Again by Nikki.
I did hear in the new series they tried not to go for any cliches, and I suppose that'd be one way to do it.
Yes, we might have to get round to Chip Fork's Bergeraq reboot later on.
Yeah, that's in the main Chunkytext service as a carousel, but I can't remember what the page number was.
I shall look up the page as we speak. And I'm even typing into the service and not the string this time, because I've made that mistake too many times today.
Ooh, looks like the old family fortunes board.
That's page 125 for Bergeraq in the space year 2020, in a dystopian Jersey future. And meanwhile on the viewer pages, I think that's one of Carl's drawings. Another famous album cover.
This is from new Teletext artist Marco from Italy, I believe.
Yeah, with very colourful use of holographics and restrained use.
Looks like a bullseye.
Yeah, if you press reveal, then you get the coordinates of that place, so you can type them into Google Maps.
Oh. Aha! Reveal, yes.
Alta Vista.
Yep, fair bit of family fortunes love in the comments there. Perhaps we should ask 100 people which is their favourite.
And inevitably every answer is a dirty one. Because that's the rating.
We do have some somewhat risque pictures coming up. Oh, sorry, Chaos ZX Spectrum. Yes, I like the ZX Spectrum. I like doing pixel art and things, and I like attribute flash. Thank you.
I feel I need to explain this one. This is by Shaliga, who I think is in the Discord chat. This is based on several years ago. I started making a commented disassembly of the Spectrum game Chaos, and he helped me with it, and we never finished it. So it's been a running gag for quite some time that every time we see each other online, we ask each other whether the other one has finished doing the disassembly or not yet.
And for those of you who don't know what...
plenty.
Oh, sorry.
And as he's not here to defend himself, that's my side of the story, and we've already seen his on the Teletext page.
Yeah, and mostly for my own interest, I'd just like to say that Chaos is basically the forefather of the XCOM games, so yes, it's a very significant game. In a roundabout way via Laser Squad, so I've probably lost everyone with that more than the Quantum Leap and 70s, 80s, 90s UK specific television business, but I don't care. Yes, another one from Marco here, again with the coloured backgrounds. This is why I don't normally enthuse about ZX Spectrum games, so I've just completely killed the conversation now. So.
Oh, my dad distracted me because he wanted to know who I was talking.
Just some strange teletext people on the internet.
Aren't we all?
I'm not sure quite how I'd explain the parallel game of Family Fortunes that's running in the comments.
Is that supposed to be a flower?
Oh, now we're on to some of Raquel's pictures, which we saw earlier, so I'll skip through these ones quite quickly.
Well, we can... Not everyone was here this morning, so...
That's true, fair point.
Yep. And we've got... oh, it's only 2:30. We've got plenty of time.
Also a fair point.
That black and white one. Double? Or maybe gladiators.
I'm just going to drop a link in the Discord comments for everyone shortly, just to show some of Raquel's pet ski more brutalist style. Just check it once. And indeed, quite a fitting retro musician providing the sounds there, Ceefax Acid Crew. So, well worth a watch.
Oh, I'm just realised I'm neglecting the Twitch chat. We've had one question from Squirmelia: is this Ceefax music playing? It certainly is. It's the Just Keep Falling in Love cart disc, so that's that. And What Ho Snorkers says Chaos was such a great game.
Somebody understands. Thank you. So yes.
Trying to figure out what these drawings are. It's like trying to play charades.
Yes, that's part of the fun and challenge of these low resolution mediums, making recognisable subject matters, and just 1 or 2 pixels out of place can throw it completely. Well, I'm glad that Teletext has the clock in the top right, because then we know this Twitch stream isn't frozen. But it does seem to be stuck on page 233 at the moment.
Hit the button.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting questions from Horsenburger, Steve, in the other window. Tech support and streaming at the same time.
This is why I tried to arrange Block Party 2020 as a physical gathering, because I'm terrible with online technology. So without ZX Guesser, we'd be completely stuffed this afternoon. And here we go, another drawing from Dan, who hopefully will be joining us this evening again. and self-explanatory effort from Colin Mockery.
Whose line is it anyway?
Well, his efforts are rather better than my first attempts at teletext, which you're not going to see. Ah yes, I think this is one of the first entries on the competition category on the theme of red button. And yes, I really like the way it's using the negative space to find the TV remotes. Got the shading under the buttons. It's really packed without looking busy, so I like that one.
Dang it, somebody get the remote out of the way. You're blocking the screen.
This looks like another red button. And nice use of separated mosaics on the left-hand side to fade the dither in.
Yes, that's something I need to try sometime. Separated mosaics.
And combining separated mosaics with holes as well, which is sometimes a bit difficult.
Push it real good. Because unlike most big red buttons, you can push this and you won't have something blow up.
We might have to come back to some of these later in the editor to see how the codes have been done.
Yep. I mostly draw ZX Spectrum graphics, and it's a bit of an alien concept to have that fine detail available in a block. It's a very good rendition of the red button service that recently had a reprieve, and at a critical time, some would say.
Well, I think it needs one more pixel between the BBC and the one, because it looks more like BB cone.
Well, you could have always just used a numeral one.
I think that might be
not in
Peter
the
claiming.
BBC style.
Is that Peter claiming this work as his own, perhaps?
It's not my work. No, I haven't put anything in.
Just to humour down the side, seemed your style a bit, so.
Yeah, I approve of that.
Are there any non-ZX Spectrum fans who can identify? Are there any non-ZX Spectrum fans here?
It's in my name, but I've never seen one of those ZX Spectrum computers in my life.
Okay. Oh, this is the C5, an electric death trap made by the inventor of the ZX Spectrum, which abilities included combined battery and pedal power, toppling over in high wind, and low down for aerodynamics and ease of being run over by trucks. So it wasn't much of a success.
How do
really.
you go from computers to motorcycles? The heck?
Not
Badly.
Yes.
Yeah, not in a profitable way.
I'm sure this is the reason why you can't use electric vehicles on insurance now. And I think it all goes back to the C5. You know, if you get the electric, those are the sort of electric skateboards, those hoverboards, all those things, they can't use them on the roads. And I'm sure it's because of that.
But the C5 is it's classed as an electric bicycle in the same way as you get them now that you can use on the road. It's pedal assisted. Well, it can be pedal assisted now. You can modify them so that they're still compliant. That rule didn't exist when it came out.
pedal-assisted death trap.
But that's why it had to have pedals, so it was classed as a bicycle, and therefore didn't need vehicle license.
It's like one of those weird 3-wheeled vans that keeps tipping over.
The Robin Reliance, yes. Except less stable than that, so. And even Delboy would have trouble offloading a batch of C5s, I think.
Sergeant Bilko would have trouble too. Evidently, somebody in the army probably would have thought these are a great investment.
Raspberry Pi, as is used to run the Ceefax service. As Peter will no doubt be chipping in a moment to explain. Unless he's doing the washing up again.
Yeah, the Raspberry Pi was a breakthrough computer because it enabled me to do an inserter for not much more than the cost of a Raspberry Pi. Before that, it was you had to build circuits and things like that. So all that came to an end when the Raspberry Pi came out. But Nat Dane, he's been making my design and improving it, so you still can have hardware-based inserters if you want.
Yes, you've been on telly recently, haven't you?
Yeah, as seen on TV.
Yes, television's famous Peter Kwan, everyone.
Yeah, congrats. That was really good, Peter. Very good.
Star of the One Show.
I was
may be appearing later. Angela may not be appearing later.
No, I think Angela, she wasn't really a fan of Teletext. She was just in it for the presenter's fee.
Fair enough.
I knew she was always in it just for the money.
Yeah, but after the one show. Yeah, after the one show, what happened was I was amazed how many people actually watched the one show, because people came up and said, "Oh, I saw you on the TV last night."
Right, I'll be getting your autograph next time I see you, Peter.
Yeah, with this lockdown, who knows when that will be.
Yeah.
And of course, if things go really pear-shaped, then they might be bringing back Teletext, and only Peter will know how to resurrect the old broadcasting system.
Yeah, I somehow don't think that will happen.
You seem to know where the facilities might have been in the nuclear bunker in which the finale to Mr. Biffo's found footage was filmed, so that knowledge could be useful.
Yeah, it is useful knowledge, but they took it all away.
Yes, it was a bit damp.
But that's not the only one. I know there was one in central London in the basement. Can't tell you where. But it would have broadcast Teletext if it had been called on to do so.
Yes, that was a scene missing from Fred's, really, where they checked the news on Teletext, and you might have time, at least you'd have time to read it in 4 minutes.
As long as the page came round on the carousel. What to do in the event of a nuclear explosion, and you're on page 17 of 105.
Well, what the BBC actually had was a thing called regional recall. It was a secret bit that you could set in one of the packets, and it would actually switch all the regions back to London, so they could tell you that the bomb was coming and close your curtains, kind of thing.
Lean a mattress up against the window.
And switch off the TV.
Yes, protect and survive.
Dark days.
This one seems to have some background and held graphics. Not sure who's
Yes,
uploaded it.
Oh, if that was me. Can I oh dear. Yes, from a sort of a cult game, Solata Robo on the Nintendo DS. Ridiculous amount of character design and world building, and yes, quite good. Commands ridiculous prices on the second-hand market now, so don't go looking for naughty copies because that would be very wrong.
Well, that's a really impressive picture.
Yes, I was dreaming about whole graphics that night,
Yeah.
so
I wouldn't have touched that with a barge pole. That's not like that. That's well beyond me.
Who's that supposed to be?
So what's the character called?
oh, that's Red the Hunter, the lead character from the game. There's quite a bit of, if anyone knows, Laputa, Castle in the Sky. There's certainly quite a bit of influence from that with the floating island society concept, as there is in a lot of Japanese games like Skies of Arcadia. I think that's one station buff, he could probably tell you more about that kind of work. Certainly he's been doing some studio text pictures lately.
Only just noticed this house has got a squarial.
They probably didn't take it down. It's probably already there when they moved in.
Yes, well done to Enhanox for his first attempt, which everyone has to start somewhere, and I started a lot worse than that, so...
This unmistakably must be a pixel blip.
Yeah, I'm quite jealous of the sort of minimalist impressionist style that I was taking a bit of a brute force approach to trying to recreate a character but this suggests a lot more of the way and a lot less pixels, so I'll be nicking some tips from this style, I think.
And again, lots of nice use of separated mosaics. They do tend to be underused in teletext art because of the extra control codes taking up space.
That's free.
And the artistic progression in the space of, what was it, a day now, and Enhanox is onto background colours.
Should have known one of these would pop up.
There were rumours that we were going to have the half-hour Skybox special at some point today, so is that any relation?
Yeah, we'll see. If Enhanox doesn't want to do his lecture on Sky receivers, I'll just have to do level 2 teletext. This, for the avoidance of doubt, is a joke.
Now, this one had me searching to find the device on which it was based. I think it's an invention, so it's a very convincing invention, very believable.
This one using foreground black, so only viewable on a suitably new television.
Yes, I've just remembered the original Game Boy Advance without the backlight that only worked if your face was on fire, so That's one of the useful modern
Got
editions.
at least 2 PDAs in. Agree if you count the pocket piece.
Yeah, I'm sure it's related to the Apple Newton.
Back during their 90s doldrums.
Dan's drawing of Steve from the test stream the other night.
Yep, Steve, who's possibly as a result of isolation, taken to drawing a ever-expanding collection of characters on Pepsi Max cans.
Yeah. I actually bought a new 24 pack, so I've got plenty more to carry on.
Please, send him more Pepsi Max.
About RC Cola, will you take that?
Oh, I'll do it on anything. But, yeah, that's a spitting image of me, I've got to say.
Steve's noisy keyboard there.
Yeah, sorry, I'll go.
No, that's fine. It's a bit like the incidental music in the background. It adds character, so that's fine.
I'm just going to try to do one of your Red Foxes. Whatever his name is. Red Hunter. Red the Hunter. That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, are you looking up reference?
Mount Elizabeth!
Very cool.
And this is Steve's drawing of Dan from the test stream.
Yes. It was originally slightly less clothed than this.
I thought that was the tan line.
Ew.
Yep, that's his tan line. He's naked, just got socks on, suspenders and slippers.
He has put on a bit of weight, hasn't he?
Now, I have to ask Steve, you know the Monty Python Black Mouse sketch with the nude organist?
Exactly, that's what I was thinking of.
Good, that's okay then.
Yep, it is the reference.
And for those of you who don't know what the Monty Python Black Mouse sketch with the nude organist was, well, it's kind of self-explanatory.
The money sketch, the money program.
Yeah, so Steve was probably asking Dan for money, otherwise he this intimate snap.
I love how you can get so much detail out of just so few pixels, like the plug socket on the wall below the desk.
Yeah, it's pretty little touches like that. I think, again, looking back at Turn the Wheel, so complete.
And the obligatory palm tree in the corner.
Ah, you noticed.
It looks like Steve's actually doing some live drawing now, so I don't know if ZX Guest is able to patch that into the Twitch broadcast.
I can have a go. I'll have to create a new scene, I think.
Don't make it a new
Is
feature.
that?
The problem then is I won't be able to see the text chat. Pop out.
Well, I'll do it in audio only for the moment now. It's very
too many
red.
windows.
He's starting in the left-hand corner.
Red audio description.
Yeah, red graphics control codes all down the sides. And the cursor's moving around at an alarming rate, and he's just blocking them in. Doing full sixels at a time. Perhaps almost an inverse silhouette. More news as this develops. Oh no, we're on Twitch.
Somebody's confused.
Thanks to the
There we go.
resolution of Teletext, we can see it fine even in that window. Now, I think Paul Rose, Mr. Biffo was saying earlier, Steve was able to. Oh no, was it the other way around that Mr. Biffo could be talking and just drawing? Are you able to talk and draw at the same time, Steve?
Yeah, Mr. Biffo just used to be able
Okay.
to, he would just have a conversation and you would just watch him. He wouldn't even be looking at the screen. He would just be talking, it would just be whatever. And this, turn of the worm would be just appearing in front of him. And I'd just sit there and watch as a beautiful page of artwork would appear. And he wasn't even looking at the screen.
Do you work in a similar way, or do you find you need to focus and someone talking at you breaks the flow?
When I start off, it's fine. It's only when you the final details that you've got to concentrate a bit more, I think.
Okay.
But usually I'm on my own anyway, so no one's talking to me. No one loves me enough to talk to me.
Oh, we love you.
No, I love you guys too.
Send Steve some money, everyone. He's got a patron, and then we'll do more teletext art. But the secret is he won't actually stop doing anyway. He physically can't. But send him money anyway, because he's lovely. And he needs to buy more Pepsi Max.
Oh, more Pepsi Max. And pens for my cans. I need to sell my cans.
Oh, yes. Are those acrylic pens?
Yeah, those are really good paint pens. They're excellent.
I guess they run out fairly quickly, though, the rates you're drawing.
Yeah. You wouldn't guess I've actually got a job and I'm still working at the moment, so...
IT support, isn't it?
Yeah, IT support.
It'd be pretty difficult to explain to your bosses what you're doing.
Yeah, I try to keep it a secret from them, so...
Well, it's taking shape already.
Right, you can... I'm just going to mute again so you don't have to listen to the clicking.
No, the clicking's fine. It's quite relaxing, actually.
Authentic.
And then we get the idea of the tempo of your work. Some of us can probably even tell what code you're actually putting in when you're pausing to hit escape, then the shift key. So are you using a reference drawing for this, or do you take a look at the drawing, then it's almost a photographic?
I'm trying to remember it, yeah.
So fairly good. Almost photographic memory. Well,
yeah, it's all red.
8-colour photograph.
Yeah. The main thing first is I just have everything is. And then you can see where you need to change things.
Yeah. So do you have a normal technique, or does it depend on what you're drawing, how you approach the picture? For example, do you always block things out with full 6 pixels and then go back and add them? Okay.
Yeah, always block them out first.
But you tend to put in the colour towards the end, is that right?
Yeah, always do the blocking first, get the whole thing sorted out, and then do the colours.
Yeah. I'll do a little bit on the ZX Spectrum, well, mostly monochrome, but when I do the occasional loading screen, the colouring system on the ZX Spectrum is a bit different. That essentially you've got a high resolution screen, 256 by 192 pixels, which is still lower resolution than the text characters on Teletext, and then you have a 32 pixel by 24 pixel colour overlay, which defines the 2 colours in each area. But I find it similar. Start thinking black and white first, and then colour later.
I'd love to see you doing some of that, actually, if you can stream it one.
You might be waiting for a week or so on some of the long.
Yeah. No, whenever you're ready, that'd be good to see.
I shall be back in a moment. I'm just going to grab the Retro Gamer calendar off the wall because I can recommend some names of people who do rather good ZX Spectrum loading screens. Back in a moment. Yes, and Andy Grains, quite. Because I was saying earlier, block parties. It was Dan's idea, really. So it was just wrong of it because no one else had got around to organising one this year. Which might have been slight considering how events have gone since, but hopefully there will be a physical gathering late anyway. But yes, Teletext seems to be the most popular form, partly thanks to Mr. Biffo, the Digitizer Connection, partly thanks to the scene, Alistair's software and so on, and Peter providing support with Ceefax. I think it's the ease of use of the tools that helps a lot as well. But
the availability is so good. It's just because it's all just available.
Yes, you don't even need to download any software. Whereas ZX Spectrum editing is esoteric. The one bit of software I use, a suite of tools, they've actually been taken down lately, so it's. But if you can draw a monochrome, you're most of the way there for the spectrum stuff.
I notice you always draw just all the shapes first and then try and squeeze in the colours later, Steve.
Yeah. Because then I can always change it if I need to make any changes for colours. But I think it's best to just get the shape, get everything done first. And that's why then I rely on the black outlines, because I like that. It's you can shape then around the colours, around the command blocks. So
I've watched some of your recordings, the time lapses, and it always strikes me you put in so much beautiful detail and then squash it all away with control codes again.
Yeah, it's nice when I can just black and white ones. So the portraits I've been doing just because they're black and white.
Yeah.
But as soon as you start,
sorry.
Yeah. So as soon as you start colorizing them, then they always lose some.
Yes, that's what I found, especially on the eye, because the character, you've got blue and white and black with a white highlight. So took a few attempts and ended up going quite impressed. Be interested to see how you approach, well, high frequency color changes relatively.
Now, I'm trying to do this quickly because I'm just, because it is the only thing on screen at the moment. To take up too much of your time.
No, this is
well, we've got hours to fill, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
The longer we look at your artwork, less likely we are to have to look at mine. See me spend 20 minutes trying to trace a picture of a train that's got about 17 colours on before giving up and doing something else.
At least you only spend 20 minutes. I spend a lot longer than that.
Well, I do if I spend a lot longer than that if I finish it. That's how long it takes me to realise it's not going to work and do something else.
Yes, I'm still working on my official art contest entry. Having got to the stage of realising it was probably bad art, it's complete. That hasn't stopped me so far in other cases.
Well, Alistair, you realise what software I'm using?
Yes, I spotted that.
Trying to get used to where the colour codes are. That's. I keep pushing the edit TF buttons, which can.
Well, you can switch it. You can switch it to the edit TF keyboard layout. Yeah. On the editor settings tab there on the right of the screen, which they can't see on the stream, but.
Oh, you're genius. Look at you. You're just a genius. Everything.
How's that for tech support?
Yeah, I mean, look. And Yes, thank you as well for giving me the orange, magenta to orange editor yesterday. So I'm going to look forward to doing some orange pictures later.
Yeah. Feel I should briefly jump in defence of magenta, for technical reasons. Well, probably most of our viewers know it comes down to the RGB channels. With 8-bit colour, you simply have the channels are either on or off, so magenta is just one of the colours that pops out.
Yeah, I knew there had to be a technical reason rather than just having it, because nobody really likes magenta. Or maybe they do, I don't know. Dan says he does.
Its main use is for rude pictures.
Certain parts of rude pictures, you say. Well, let's not get back into that conversation. We started this the other day. I'm sure. This is how the other broadcast went.
Yeah, it's going to be a long evening if we start the rude pictures at 3, isn't it?
Yeah, we're saving those for later on whenever Mr. Biffo pops back in. So, Steve, you're rather into cartoons and animated films, as well as horror movies, so quite eclectic tastes.
Oh, yeah. 80s if it's... But yeah, animation. It's long, bright colours. And I think that's why I like Teletext so much, because the colours are just so bright.
So, are there any films you might recommend people watching, maybe slightly left field choices in the lockdown when they've caught up on everything else on their watch list?
The best films are the ones that are just really hard to get. If you like a bit of horror, I always recommend Extro from about 1983. It's a British sci-fi horror. It looks like it's going to be a terrible movie, but it's a fantastic film. I saw it when I was and it scarred me for life. Recently watched it again with some friends, and it was fantastic. We loved it. But yeah, I mean, there's so many looking at my poster on it's just so many 80s references there. Return of the Killer Tomatoes, Killer Clowns, classics.
Yes, I'm not a big horror movie fan unless you count public information films.
And they're terrifying because they're real. What do you don't like the real stuff. I like it just in film.
Well, I don't think they actually killed the actors involved.
Oh, they made it look so real though. Flying kites and electrical pylons, never a good idea.
Yes, it was an odd combination, that children's BBC cartoons at 4:15 and then body horror at 4:30.
Yeah, quite terrifying. But it worked. We never got electrocuted at power station.
Yes. Are there any fans of the film BMX Bandits here?
Oh, Nicole Kidman's first, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a odd public information film link there. I think it was actually in Australia.
Yeah.
But certainly one of the most... fortunately, things have moved on a bit now, but in terms of fire safety. But director also made public information film Hospitals Don't Burn Down. Spoiler, this one does. And this was in the era before, well, not predating sprinkler systems, but certainly fire weren't that smart or well connected. And even though the chap in the lift going down to the basement's on fire looks like Benny from Crossroads, that can't take away the horror when the lift doors open. But yes, because the director also did a lot of the BMX bend, it's had actually a lot of physical. So that was his background. So that played in well to a lot of the fire stunts.
That's really cool.
So Hospitals Don't Burn Down, that's one to watch if you don't want to sleep tonight for the rest of the year.
Oh, do you know that Mr. Biffo wrote an episode of Crossroads?
The revival?
Yeah, for a short time. Yeah, he did.
Yes, it was a short revival.
It was a short revival.
Yes, and EastEnders as well.
Yep, where he had Leslie Grantham playing a character with his name from a Doctor Who episode that he was in. So he pretended he was a policeman, I think, if rightly, and his name was, but it was the same name that he used as a fake policeman as his character was when he was in an episode of Doctor Who. And that's he threw that in there.
Well, my surname's Walford, and I don't even like EastEnders, but I'll make an exception for Mr. B.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Edit TF layout. So when I was using this earlier, I couldn't remember which teletext system it was, but the color codes were at the top like you set up here, Alistair, the original one. So, because I use so many different teletext systems at different places, and one of them definitely had the 1, 2, 3, 4 keys were the color codes.
Yeah, I think I've seen various hardware special keyboards with the keys all coloured at the top.
Yeah, that's what we had. So it's definitely, but it didn't come back to me until I started earlier. It's like, it was like that. I'm getting old, you see. All these memories, they just sort of flash back. It's like I can't remember anything I did yesterday, but now I can remember what keys we used to use back in the 80s and 90s. So
the main reason I switched it to be like that from the Edit TF keys was for translating the editor into other languages.
Okay.
Because of course,
yeah.
R for red's okay, but yellow should be.
Yep.
What J is it in French, and green's got to be V, and that just was a step too far. So I thought if I put them on the number keys, they're all easily translated.
Right. Quick shout out to people in the Twitch stream chat. Laser Frog says oi oi, and Emmanuel says oi oi. So
hi Leo.
Oi oi indeed. Thank you. We'll take any audience interaction we can.
Yeah, everyone quit after I came.
Yeah, we've still got quite a few viewers on Twitch.
Yeah, hello Twitch viewers.
21 viewers.
This is Block Party 2020, and we're on to public information film. So join us on the Discord as well and talk about anything really. And you're watching Steve Horsley do some live teletext drawing from the game Salata Robo, Red the Hunter. With his photographic memory, he's just looked at the intro video and he's just getting on with it really. So it's probably drawing the same on a. Oh, what's the drink? My brain's dried. I've forgotten what drink he has.
Pepsi Max.
Pepsi Max. I was going to call it Pepsi Zero. That would be wrong. Probably drawing it on the Pepsi Zero can simultaneously. And in the Discord comments, more love/fear for classic British public information films, drinking poison in patches. One that I've not been able to watch myself. Reading about it's enough for me, thanks. And, well, be a shame not to mention the finishing line, which is probably one of my favourites for at least presenting the extreme violence in a dreamlike framing that takes the edge off it, and it's still quite terrifying. Oh, and yes, and lots of fear of electricity pylons, so it wasn't 5G mass people were burning back then, it was electricity pylons.
Those morons.
I must admit, the stupid thing I've ever heard in my life is the 5G thing and burning down pylons. It's the dumbest. It frustrated me.
These are the same people who believe Johnson and Trump are their savior.
Yeah.
I think it's just people who like burning stuff and could do with any excuse, really.
Yeah, it's got to be.
You underestimate human stupidity.
I think we can't underestimate it now. All right, let's get this mouth right. I'm really impressed by the amount. It's crazy. It really is.
Sorry, I missed that, Steve.
The amount of people now doing teletext art is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I wonder if it's almost reached a critical mass with more people sharing their work, more people decide to have a go. It's starting to snowball.
Mm.
Or perhaps everyone's at home.
Well,
I'm home.
I hope everyone's at home. Unless you're going out for exercise or similar essential services, or you're going to work.
Maybe it'll be as popular as Antsy or us.
Yes, I hope Raquel pops in later to represent for Petsky and Nancy. Unless Chipfork can be persuaded to join the voice chat and say a little about it.
I just realised I had the grid on. I put the grid on initially on this because the black, basically the black on the black background, I can't sometimes see where I am. So then I go off the page and end up quickly typing over the other line below it. Can you change the colour of the background around the frame? I mean,
you can, but it's a level 2.5 thing.
I mean the actual, the actual back of, so not the not the background of the screen, but the frame that it's in. Because it's black when you start off, you're black on black, and you've just got that small frame in the middle. So that's why I have to put on the grid so I can see the area. Because otherwise, I sometimes go off the edge.
Yeah. What I mean is the background, the part of the screen which isn't the main part of the teletext page, you can change the colour. That's one of the higher level features. So that's why it shows the whole of the screen area rather than just that section in the middle.
In that case, it's fine. Leave it.
Again, I can send you a link set up with it a different colour if you like.
It's just when I go to. But that's just me.
So, Steve, I'm very impressed and only slightly jealous of the way that you don't need to stop and think between your drawings. I'll save a version, go away for a bit, come back, I'll just do it a bit more. Is there anything that really breaks your flow, short of small explosions or someone setting a mast on fire outside your house?
No, I can just go, I think. I'm so used to it now. But even then, I don't stream very often because I'm worried as soon as I stream the pressure. Whenever anybody, I'm just one of these people with performance anxiety watches, and I just fall apart. So this is very unusual for me to actually stream this, because it is just usually that pressure of somebody watching. That's when I make mistakes.
Yes, trying to remember. I think you did appear in found footage.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that was terrifying.
No, you did fine. And you certainly did an awful lot behind the scenes, behind the camera.
Yeah, that was an amazing experience. Absolutely amazing experience. Some of the best days of my
Yes, it's.
I mean, you did. I mean, we couldn't have done half of that stuff. I mean, you're catering the organisations, everything you did when you just looked after everybody. Man, you're amazing.
Yeah, it was great fun, but the problem was it was costing Mr. Biffo money.
It was. But seriously, it's show. I mean, like Biffo said, it doesn't appeal to everybody, but I think the people who it does appeal to just.
What I find, this might just be me, I find that there's some bits I really like and some bits just don't hit. That's fine. It's worth it for the bits that I really like.
Yeah, I'm the same. It's not everything, but you're not supposed to like everything, I think.
Yes, if it wasn't being experimental, pushing the breeze, it could end up with something that everyone's kind of likes. It's all right throughout, but there's nothing to really love about it either. So
that's it. Yeah, I think probably Biffo would be upset if everybody loved it all. He'd think he did something wrong.
Yes, he does like. Chip Fault might be in the voice chat soon. But before we ask him about the Bergeraq reboots, just one thing I've never been quite clear on is what your involvement was with Mr. Biffo, Paul Rose at Teletext. I know you're a graphic designer, but was there much day-to-day interaction? Not really. But unfortunately, I was really dropped in to do sort of the marketing side of the advertising side, and he was editorial. I occasionally got to sit upstairs with him, but on the whole, I was stuck down marketing all the adverts. But the times I was upstairs, it was quite jealous that they had they were doing all the cool stuff, and downstairs it was just, can I do boats, planes, beaches, palm trees? Palm tree. Yeah. Always a palm tree. Always a palm tree. And that was, then you go upstairs and you see turn the. That's why I was really happy to jump into things like Frame It whenever I could do a Frame It for somebody. Anything. Was that was Frame It part of your regular duties? No, again, it was partly. I think it was mainly Paul's, but I just occasionally would do it. When he'd slipped off to the arcade, or yeah, that's it. When he off to do something. His business meals, business meetings. But it was an unusual time. Again, I didn't appreciate it there. It was only afterwards. It was only when the first block party, the Teletext block party, the first one, that I actually started to think back to it and thinking this, they were really good days. Yes, it would. I don't think they'll quite be back in that way, but I think found footage more than makes up for it. Yeah, it has to. We need something like that.
Okay, look at it this way. Now you can do whatever you want on Teletext with no censors to interfere, like what happened to Digitizer a lot.
Yeah, that's it. Once you can start doing your own thing. But anyway, when it's a job. I mean, after Teletext, I went to an advertising agency because they were one of Teletext's biggest customers. But again, it was all holiday Teletext. So I was just basically doing holiday Teletext all the time.
Yeah, I don't know why they even still use that name. You'd think they would have rebranded at this point.
I think it's because so many people bought their holidays through Teletext. It was one of the biggest travel agents in the country, and I think they just didn't want to lose that. That name. It is weird that they have kept it. Teletext. A lot of people still book their holidays on it. So I'm guessing it was just for the name that just kept it.
Brand recognition, isn't it?
Name recognition.
Yeah.
Yes, they may not be around if they go the way of many travel. May not be around for much longer.
Well, I think it was the big decline in revenue after 9/11 for all the travel companies, which had a knock-on effect for all the advertising revenue for Teletext Limited, which did Teletext in, essentially. Yeah,
it wouldn't have helped, would it? It was It was huge, but that's nothing like now. Obviously, that was a minor thing compared to what's going on now.
Yeah.
Not obviously for the, you know what I mean. I mean, business wise.
Yeah. That's when they started scaling things back, and then not long after they cut all the public service stuff by, what was it, about 2010. They'd cut back so much that the Ofcom took their licence off them because they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
but it'd been a long decline from there. Up till then, it was printing money, really, wasn't it?
Mm.
Now, just ITV used to be a license to print money in general.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's everything that's privatized that's given out is a license to print money for a while. Look at our train services. But that's maybe something like this. Good for a bit of a shake-up for companies. Just realize they can't just have everything there.
Well, it would be nice to think that what jobs are most important, there's a bit of a re-evaluation, but I think most people knew anyway what jobs really mattered the most.
Yep.
So, what was your favourite drawing you had to convert for frame, Steve?
I did one the other day. Somebody wanted the kid. They sent me a picture. Said, "Can I do it just like frame it?" And that was cool. I mean, I love kids' drawings. I love the way that kids draw, and just to be able to try to do one that is just. I mean, before my job I'm in now, a couple of primary schools, and just to encourage kids to draw was amazing. So anything I could do. So yeah, any conversion of any picture that a kid would do would be fantastic.
Even the steam line?
Everything. Oh, what was it? Was it the dinosaurs that Simon did?
Yes.
The inappropriate dinosaurs. That was awesome. But yeah, that was a kid's picture. But
perhaps Mr. Biffo should have done that for the ruder stuff on Digitizer, just put by somebody age 9, and then it's, that's okay. It's perfectly innocent.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yes, children's mediums, children's television, comics. Well, comics supposedly for children. That's a good place to sneak in a bit of subversion now and then.
Oh, absolutely. That's what we used to love when we saw anything like that when we were kids.
Yeah, like a Tiz was.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't even allowed to watch Tiswas when I was growing up. It was just too much for my parents to let me watch. I couldn't watch the young ones either. I had to wait until after I left home. And let's say it inspired Biffo.
Yes, I was a bit later than that, so by that point they were less shocking, so I was allowed to watch them. But did anyone watch Round the Bend on CITV?
That was a pretty good show. That was Australian.
You mean Round the Twist?
Round the Twist?
No, that was the Australian
okay.
one. But good show in its own right. But bit of a UK-centric one, this. But if I only found out about it afterwards. Does anyone remember the comic called Oink?
Yeah, I've still got my copies.
Because Round the Bend was effectively that in television form, apparently, with a fair few of the Spitting Image team, certainly in the puppetry.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've got my Oink comics I've still got the plastic LP on the front, or the single on the front of it. They gave it away as one of those bendy records.
Flexi-disc.
Flexi-disc, that's it. Still got that on the front of my comic.
Yes, and I can confirm for Nikki that Round the Bend did have a singing poo. That could have been Michael Jackdung, or it might have been Madonna, who was the singing compost heap. But I shall see if I can.
Was that Madonna? Was that?
Yes, I shall just go. You may hear the sound of typing for a moment while I see if I can find a link to all the episodes.
And we will be judging the noisiest keyboard competition at 4 o'clock.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to go because it's my grandson's 2nd birthday. So,
congratulations.
getting Zoom set up.
Happy birthday to
happy birthday.
Peter's grandson.
Doing that.
Yeah.
Yes. Rupert. They called him Rupert. Can't win them all. Okay, catch you guys later.
Thanks, Peter.
Bye.
So I hope Nikki's going to do the next live picture. No, nothing from Nikki? Come on, Nikki, you can do it.
Unfortunately, I've turning up a blank on the complete Round the Bend website, though I did download the files beforehand, so they are preserved for posterity.
I'm just going to fiddle this for ages. Don't you want to put the other screen back on?
Sorry, we are saved. And thanks to the cartoonist Tony Husband, who some of you might know vaguely. Does the odd strip for Private Eye and other things. So here's where to get the complete series of Round the Bend. And some bits are even ruder than I remember. Such as the moment host Doc Croc, it's a very fleeting gag, but counting on his fingers runs out of fingers on his. So yes, it's very, very naughty. And one of the characters is probably a little politically incorrect, but in the general anarchic scheme of things, everyone gets the Mickey taken out of them, so it's okay. And their absence is used as an excuse for the recurring joke as someone being brown as a sheet, so it balances out.
Oh, I never think they should change things. Something that happened, it should always stay, because just to remind us what the time was like. It's just so I'm one of these people. I just don't think things should be changed. We shouldn't go back and revise history. So if there's something implicitly incorrect there, we should.
Yes, and no doubt there will be things that we're doing right now that people will look back on and think, why do people behave like that?
Yeah.
And I'm not just talking about the stream which will be starting at 8 o'clock tonight.
Teletext banned in Space Year 2030.
I do like the idea of Peter's recall signal for a teletext broadcast intrusion. Well, we've certainly got the audio stuttering of Max. Oh, Chip Fawkes on the mic, I think. Simon Daly, are you there? Hello.
There?
Hello. Oh.
And he's gone.
Hi, Simon.
It was good while it lasted.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Simon Rules about we were potentially going to broadcast teletext over the FM radio because he's got a radio license, broadcasting license. So talking about getting out to the southwest and broadcasting teletext for the radio waves or something similar.
How would teletext actually be broadcast? Will it be as a audible signal
Yeah.
or very high frequency?
I don't know what the details were. We never got around, but we will do.
Because certainly ZX Spectrum and some 8-bit tape software broadcast it on the radio. As the industry actually began, if anyone knows Mailcroucher, Automata Software, Deus Ex Machina, Pymania and such things. That's a more obscure ZX Spectrum reference than Chaos, so I'm not holding out much hope. Anyway, he started broadcasting a computerized quiz show on a radio station in Portsmouth in the late 70s, before there was really a home computer software industry, because that was the only way to get the games out there.
That's awesome.
And yes, turned into a pub quiz with, I think he described it as the 6th worst beer in the land as a prize. And turned to just putting all sorts of subversion in there and naughtiness, because the IBA had no idea what was actually contained in that screeching. I guess Nikki says she remembers mail writing for Crash. Yes, he did go on to writing a bit after that. Wrote quite a few software manuals as well. I think he even wrote the manual and the story for the Freescape early 3D game Castle Master. So yes, multi-talented. Maybe a little bit on the wavelength of Mr. Big. Certainly his early ZX81 games, including Vasectomy.
So did you say Vasectomy? Vasectomy?
Yes, Vasectomy.
Do you know, I thought that was just a dream, that game.
It was a compilation, Can of Worms, on the ZX81. It's pushing the boundaries of rudeness with text characters, because there was no memory for bitmap characters in 1K.
Right, I think I'm just going to have to tune off for a little while, because my dinner's just turned up.
Okay.
But when I get back, I expect to see somebody else take. That's Teletext. I'll leave you. I'll be back soon.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, and with fortuitous timing, I hope Chipfork is on now. He's in the voice channel. He is listening. His microphone's not muted. Are you there, Simon?
It's working.
Yes, we can hear something. It's working. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Just about. If you can get a bit close to the microphone, we're good.
How's this?
That's adequate. We'll take adequate. So hopefully ZX Guester is eavesdropping and will be taking us to your Bergeraq reboot. And then perhaps you can explain where your ideas come from. Or at least go into a bit of depth. We know it's from Weird British Television. Not everyone's that well versed in Weird British, especially our international viewers. So perhaps you can provide some context. The alternative is me talking for another 15 or 20 minutes. So you can't do any worse than that. So it's all yours. Well, in characteristic teletext and digitized and block party fashion, it appears the audio's dropped out, so we're in vision only now, I'm afraid.
When you activated the teletext on a TV, did the TV audio keep playing underneath, or did it mute?
Yeah, the audio kept playing, and what's more, you could carry on watching the picture behind on most TVs using what they call the mix mode, which looks something or other like that.
Ah, okay, because I know that the Sky Interactive Guide, it would inexplicably substitute the program audio with random music.
So if I can fire up another Ceefax tape.
And while ZX Guesser sorts out the tapes, if anyone else would like to join us in the voice channels for an impromptu interview, please feel free. Or at this moment I'm talking over everybody because my internet connection's gone funny. So apologies if I'm interfering. I'll shut up now. So yes, Simon Taylor, aka Chipfork, puts his own spin on weird British television. There's a bit of nostalgia, a bit of dry humour, a lot of surrealism, and though he's working in teletext here, he's a bit more into ASCII and PETSCII, like Raquel, but a little more impressionist, a little less brutalist in the stylings. So yes, that's one of the nice things about this scene. There's no particular house style to follow. There are some things that work for most people, like the thick black outlines for teletext for card transitions, but hooray for diversity. I think that might have been Carl. Are you there, Carl? Almost.
Yeah, can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes, can hear you now.
Alright.
Hello.
I think Carl's internet connection's got hiccups.
Yeah, it does sound a bit like a robot trapped in a well. So.
Discord voice chat invariably ends up sounding like that.
I don't suppose you can remember what page we were up to in the going through the pages, can you, David?
I think we just about got to new Dan Farrimond. Well, 10 line Dan, 250. Let's try 250.
Oh, we've been past 10 line Dan, haven't we?
Yeah, it was. Where did we get to? Try 250 and then just keep going until somebody says stop. I hope Carl's okay there.
I'm having nightmare with my audio.
It's a bit like when Hal gets unplugged, but with less clarity. Well, the person most qualified to actually be presenting is currently inaudible due to technical problems, so that's Block Party 2020, everyone.
Did we look at this one by Pixel Blip? I think this was the next one.
Oh yes, I think we got into Pixel Blip's work. Sorry, Carl, we can't hear you. We'd like to be able to, but we can just see your icon flashing.
Can you hear me?
Just about. It's like
Yeah, I'm going to different computer.
Yeah, that's better. There's occasional bits of voice. Before it was like the quietest episode of the podcast ever, but now there's something now and then, so that's an improvement.
This another Pixel Blip artwork, again with some good separated mosaics work there on the bottom of the planet.
Yeah.
And use of flash.
And use of alphanumeric characters for graphics elements as well. That's that kind of hybrid work using both the strengths of teletext. Oh, we're talking on Discord at the moment, Carl. Though Alistair can probably route Twitch audio, possibly, over the stream. I don't know. I was just going to make the tea at the physical gathering, so I'm way out from the depth here.
There's no audio on.
Click, 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 click. This is not a drill.
Oh.
So I'll press reveal now and we'll find
Yeah.
out what important information there is.
Yeah, I think that wins the best reveal category so far.
And this is the picture of Dan again. I don't know how that's ended up in twice.
So, how many official entries have you actually had for the contest so far? And I'm partly responsible.
That text file I sent you is all the ones that people have told me what their entries are. But I think people have been submitting things and not emailing me.
Okay, and I'm only just reading your message, so I'm just as guilty.
I don't know if Pete wants to jump in and explain this one.
Yes, we've got a good number of entries to get started with there. Are we allowing more than one entry per category? I don't mind.
I don't
the one
know.
doing the work.
Up to you.
If it's okay with you. Let's call it 2, maybe 3.
I put Raquel's down because she sent them all together as an entry. I didn't know whether that counted as an art piece in itself, since they're all on the same theme or what. But that's why they're all in the list.
I think it was more to stop people diluting their own chances with too many entries.
So it seems like Pete's mic isn't working, so I'll have to try and explain. He's been having a play with the level 2, level 2.5 stuff. So on this page, there's a whole bunch of enhancements to add all the extra colours and everything to the screen. And we can maybe have a look at how the page was put together later.
Yeah, seems a good time to get into level 2.5. Well, in a few more countries. Yes, a sneaky 2 or cheeky 3 entries are allowed. It's more work for ZX Gasser, but he's let himself in for it, so that's okay.
As we were looking at this morning, this is another one by Nikki. Titled, I believe, Fluffy Bunny.
Yeah, Nikki's definitely got a knack for this, for someone who's only started in the past few months, I think. Yes, definitely television nostalgia thing today. Do you remember this? Almost as animated as the TV show itself, that one.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear. That's Carl, I think. Hello, Carl.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've just managed to set up another computer, so I'm watching the stuff on one and talking on another.
That's good. You're coming through loud and clear now.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm going to have to love you and leave you briefly very soon, but I just wanted to get the connection up and running. I uploaded a few pages. I think we're up at about 270 odd pages now. So yes, plenty to look through.
Yep, perhaps we can hit 300 by the end of today.
We're 277 is the official count so far. Or the highest page.
I was secretly disappointed it didn't glitch out or roll over at 256.
Well, it's hexadecimal, isn't it? So it wouldn't do that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm wondering, would you be able to put in some secret FFF pages?
Yeah, well, the server supports all the hexadecimal pages because that's where all the bamboozle and everything is. And in fact, somebody last year for Chunky Fringe made a adventure game which is still on the system.
Does that mean we've got any hidden artwork in the hexadecimal codes? Page 21A or something?
Nothing in the 200s. All of the artwork that gets uploaded by the editor system, it automatically picks the decimal page numbers. But means there's plenty of room there for me to sneak stuff in and hide stuff in the hex numbers.
Yes, so wasn't that done in Teletext? Somebody leaving messages saying they'd be on the secret page.
That's certainly the legend. Imam Lee on the Twitch chat saying the bunny was nice.
And I think Nikki will be in the newcomers category, so I think she might have that one in the bag, but we'll see how things go. Nikki is in the voice channel but with the microphone muted. Perhaps you'd like to say a few words at some point.
typing. Need some gin first, she says.
I think this might be another pixel blip picture with the SpaceX Starlink satellites. Just to say, if people are uploading things on the system, you can put a short description in when you upload the picture. It'd be useful if people put who they were in there for figuring out which person did what later on.
Yes, I did hear it was a meteor shower, but it was actually SpaceX, but there was an ominous reminder of Day of the Triffids as well. Unfortunately, I didn't wake up blinded and have to sneak out to get a cabbage or something, so... Well, Chipfork's back, and microphone appears to be operational.
Working.
Just about. Hello.
I like that SpaceX one. I like the way that the colour goes on the background on that. It's very clear.
Any resident Doctor Who experts here? I vaguely remember the Autons, but that's about as far as my knowledge goes. This is like the nostalgia program for people who don't remember anything at the moment. Oh, Campaign Face, there's one I know. The leader we all deserve, if not the one we actually got. Yes, another interesting hybrid here. Use text characters to add some finer definition to the chunky sixels. That works quite well, I think, there.
I believe this might be by Jellica. As is this one, I suspect.
A bit naughty, but there'll be worse to come from 8, so that's fine. Well, actually, there was worse from the rather expensive phone lines in the morning session, so that's fine.
This is a new artwork from Carl, I think.
Yep.
Some extremely chunky pixels there.
Yeah. Could maybe do a few whole mosaics in the middle, maybe. But then again, I don't know if I want to see that up close for accuracy, so probably best to keep my distance. Or perhaps that's how it goes after a bit of soap and
Hi, Donny.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, it looks like we've got another revealo. Huh. Some animation there with the reveal button.
Yes, it reminds a bit of the flash attribute on the ZX Spectrum, but rather more flexible. Yeah, very, very atmospheric using shadows there.
I like the deep shadowing on that one.
Yes.
And this one's
It's
by
a
Steve.
special- Teletext works quite well for cartoony stuff, so it's impressive when something more realistic can be made to work with full-on shape. Yes, his album covers series. Yes, he's very prolific. I thought about attempting to do Grace Jones' Slave for the Rhythm, but before realising he'd already done it, like he's done most things.
And I believe this says stay away 2M, which must be for meters.
We've not had any stereoscopic entries yet, so maybe next year we can distribute the special glasses. Theoretically, a low-resolution Magic. Yes, sorry, ZX Spectrum games. Well, and C64 as well. ZX 8-bit games with unlicensed music that had to be re-released as well. Yep, Steve's work from the earlier live stream. He's done in about an hour, what took me 2 days, so well done him. Yeah, certainly got more definition in the eyes than I. So I'll be nicking some tips from his style for later.
Another orange joke.
Yes, how many bits per RGB channel would you say you need to do an adequate orange?
You've
2 bits?
put me on the spot there. I can tell you what Teletext uses.
Okay.
The level 2 colour map is 12-bit, so 4 bits for each RG and B.
Could you give me the RGB code for the orange and I'll see if I can quantize it down to a recognisable level?
Well, you can have any any orange you like. There's it's 4,096 colours you can choose from at level 2, so pretty much any orange you can imagine, you can get a decent representation.
Okay, right, 2 bits per channel does the job. So 2 red, 1 green, 0 blue does an adequate orange, so. But yes, not possible with 1 bit per channel.
Another bin face.
Yeah, so time to get a bit political. No, that's... Oh no, that's very political. That's not Count Binface at all. That's Lord Buckethead.
Yes, but it's the previous Lord Buckethead, who is now Binface.
Yes, it's... I do like the way that even joke can better political infighting and factions than the real party, so... So yes, who knows what might have been if the teletext vote. Or once Lord Buckethead, Ceefax and Count Binface teletext with a big T.
Is this Bubble Bobble?
Yes, it is. Bubble Bobble. Yes,
and some level 2.5 from Carl.
Yes, like you found with Quantum Leap, sometimes the only way to get detail is on pictures is to zoom right into what you're drawing. So yes, to get the highlights on the eye there as well. Enhanox has destroyed his TV attempting to play Bubble Bobble. Please do not insert money into your TV.
And that's the end of the submissions into the main submission section. So, can you remember what we said we were going to do next?
I thought we were going to have an interview with Chip Fork, who's having technical difficulties.
We can certainly have another go at that.
No,
hear me?
Hello.
I can try talking. It was lighting up. The little thingy's lighting up.
Yeah, we can hear you now. So, Teletext Guesser will probably bring up your pages and you can tell us a little bit about your work, your tastes, your recommendations for Lockdown TV series that people should really catch up on from 1980s and before. So,
okay. Yes. I'm just talking myself. Is there someone to talk to that might help?
Yep, yes, I'm here. Unfortunately, I know very little about Bergeraq apart from the Jersey connection. I went on holiday to Jersey twice, if that helps.
Right, yeah, I only know it from the TV show.
Yes, so there's certainly a bit of a science fiction infusion there, and a touch of dystopia. So, how are you finding things at the moment in these current strange times?
Yeah, it's weird how it's the same as being so different.
Yes, which actors should we be seeing in the if this was a old TV drama, Weird British Sci-Fi one, which one would it be closest to, would you say?
There's, in my version, there's quite a bit of Blade Runner. I guess with the got a Badger character, so I guess there's a bit of Guardians in there.
Oh yeah, certainly the cityscape, very Blade Runner.
Yes. I don't know that there's many British cyberpunk type shows. Maybe Bugs.
Yes, it's. I think the UK scene is more 2000 AD and Star-Lord. That angle more than. Not quite cyberpunk, but maybe a bit of overlap there.
I would like to see a robot Link Fairy. Be good.
Yeah, that's. Yes, I did like the MOT joke. I think more dystopian science fiction should be interrupted by a science like that.
So I guess I was reading about authors and science fiction authors at the time, military sci-fi things. At the same time, as I heard they were rebooting Bergeraq. So there.
Yes, reboots come up in your other pages, Mother, a bit, don't they?
What was that?
I think page 126. There's, I think Ask Mother. That was your other submission, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, there does seem to be quite a few reboots that should never have happened.
Yeah.
Which has sometimes turned out to be the best kind of mistakes.
They seem so fully formed in your head, don't you? When you think well, they should put this together back.
Yes. Like the Rosian. Sorry. So reboots that we really don't need but couldn't look away from, like the Rosie and Jim reboot. Sort of pre-made horror. Don't need to change much really. Or Play School with Hamble.
Yeah.
A horror reboot there.
There was a museum exhibition about children's TV I went to when I was very had an original Humpty. Very confronted with him there in front of me. I wouldn't have expected it, but that would be odd.
Yes, I think he got off lightly, and I don't know if anyone knows where Hamble is to.
So I'd like to say, I guess, the thing that appeals to me about Teletext is the thing where you can put a silly idea and express it. First of all, by drawing, I tend to get really bogged down in trying to get everything exactly right. I don't have that option. Teletext, not enough resolution to it, so you just have to the idea for the next one. I find that really appealing. It's like I'm making silly doodles in the back of your school book or whatever. There's an aspect.
Yeah, that certainly, going back to Digitizer, that was Mr. Biffo's starting point, doing silly doodles, and never stopped really.
Yeah.
Well, he was told to stop, but then the viewers deserted and he was told again.
You went a bit crunchy there. Yeah, it was weird when the humour went from Digitizer, but you could still tell by the odd turn of phrase that it was the same. Minds were sort of still behind it.
Yes.
Weird.
do find it interesting Tim Moore's influence. If Biffo was the overt anarchist, he was a little bit more subversive, and that was rubbing off on Mr. Biffo a bit, maybe. How to slip things, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm more familiar with Biffo because I kind of kept up with him. You know, he had a blog for a while and going on those expeditions to the zoology, and so he's very sort of familiar with his input. And quite sure how to decipher the other people's input in there.
Yes, I've only met Tim Moore briefly at last year's Chunky Fringe and seen him at the block parties, but yes, he has a different way with words, sort of definitely a. You wouldn't suspect him as much. He could probably get away with more. Whereas Mr. Biffo is a bit unrestrained, freewheeling. That's his style. I think they complemented each other nicely, and it was a shame they had to be split up in those circumstances.
Yeah.
But Tim did quite well for himself after that, so it's worked out in the end.
Definitely a lot to be said for having someone to bounce ideas off of and to help you go off on directions where you wouldn't have gone just trying to come up with things on your own.
Definitely, and I think certainly with the Digitizer minis, I think Paul Gannon's really clicked with what Mr. Biffo does. Even if he gets sick of people asking about what Paul's doing now, when it should be the found footage question and answer session, but there we go. And of course, actually, Paul Gannon's work on, I can't remember the exact television shows, but if I say most, you probably know the kind of genre. And certainly his obsession with Ghostbusters. You're a bit into ghost stories yourself, aren't you?
Sorry, what was that about Ghostbusters?
Paul Gannon's wheelhouse, Ghostbusters, and television programs investigating the paranormal. There's a few ghosts and ghost stories in your work, isn't there?
Yeah, I like the weird British sort of Christmas ghost stories and M.R. James and all that. Although I was like 10 when Ghostbusters came out, and that was had a big affected me, that one. Yeah, like the collision of the supernatural and the mundane is what you sometimes put in there. Yeah, it's like
the practicalities.
Like an American version of you had over here, like Stone Tape, maybe, where you have scientists investigating Attrill.
Yes, I do actually have that on DVD in a double pack with Ghost Watch, and I've not built up the courage to watch either of them. But yes, one about there.
The Stone Tape's amazing. It's all that something sort of humorous about all the sort of costumes and vintageness of it, and then it gets to you.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Mr. Biffo to discover it, then we're going to get the stone tarps.
Oh yeah, nice one. Enjoy some tarp action.
Yeah, I do like the way I think I prefer comedy horror to straight up. So I do like that element of found footage, that it's creepy, but you can laugh at it too, even if it is outright disturbing at times.
I think everything needs a bit of humour, however serious it is. Sort of helps situation, and something has a sort of more rounded feeling to it, and humour draws you into the character. It makes you like the characters, and then makes it intense when the tackle's still.
Yes, I'm afraid I might start doing a bit of a Paul Gannon talking about Ghostbusters if nobody stops me soon.
Great.
Not so much the film, which is good in itself, but the animated series. The real one, obviously, not Filmation's Ghostbusters. So yes, did any particular fans of the real Ghostbusters series here? The earlier seasons, before the consultants came in and took out the scary bits and the clever bits.
I definitely remember watching it.
Yes, there was some very sharp writing on there and very dry humour, especially in the early seasons. And even a Christmas ghost story, which involved the accidental capturing of the three spirits and attempting to recreate Scrooge's ethereal experience with, amongst other things, a wheelchair-guided Viewmaster tour.
Okay. What if Scrooge from the original story had employed Ghostbusters and they just sort of stood it all out for him and he carried on as he was?
Well, that was actually more or less the plot. They came across a time slip, ended up in Victorian London. In typical cartoon fashion, they couldn't realise that until the second half, otherwise the story would have been over quite quickly. But they see these three ghosts going into this old chap's house, they go in and bust them, and then they have to go back and fix it.
That's good, it's already been done. I'll cross that one off the list then.
Yep, so Xmas Marks the Spot is the episode, was in the first season.
I see Carl's made a stereoscopic page, he says, on 277.
Oh, this is great. I've just got people doing art on demand.
So grab your red and blue glasses.
I don't have any. I'll squint a bit. That should do.
Have you got a box of Quality Street?
No, I've only got Posh chocolates in there. I think they're Lindt.
No, cellophane.
I'm not sure if it's pronounced. Is it pronounced Lindt? Because that doesn't make it sound sophisticated. It sounds like something picked out of a tumble dryer.
It's tricky, isn't it? Oh, there we go.
Yep, that.
I think to focus my eyes a bit as well.
Yeah, it's cheaper than PSVR and no cables to worry about, so well done, Carl. Oh, and another one on page 280, so 3 by the end of today.
Distance between the colours is important, so that's going to be hard to do with the codes and everything.
In the excitement, we have the Mr. Biffo in the chat. Ah, yes. Hello, Paul. When I say in the chat, he's on the Twitch text chat.
So again, I'm not sure I can consider this canon because otherwise it's going to play hell with my spreadsheet.
I'm just dreading the moment Turner actually does get sick. Well, hopefully Paul will be popping into voice chat before too long. Carlos has 10 pairs of 3D glasses, so if you write to his address, which would be popping up on screen shortly if we had that ready to go, you can ask him for some ready sterilised. Just when they arrive, just leave them out for a week or so and they should be safe to wear. So who else has popped up in the comments? Nikki's in there. Hi there, Shiny Bree. And Carl's popped up in there as well. He's multitasking. I think the trick to get people to contribute, talk about Ghostbusters cartoon series, and they'll just do anything to distract me and just make me shut up without being as rude as to actually say stop talking about cartoons we don't care about. So whatever works.
The problem is we've run out of pages to look at, so if people want us to talk about teletext, they better get drawing.
Oh, does it have to be teletext? Ghostbusters didn't do much teletext. Level 2.5. The level. There we go. That's your cue.
So I think we said maybe we'd have a look at how some of the pages were put together. Can you remember which ones we said we'd look at?
Yeah. Something with maybe the Fanta logo was or was that the joke? It wasn't orange.
Fire up the editor, and it's page 237. So here's the all the nice transition between separated mosaics and contiguous mosaics. So I'm sure there must be some hold graphics in there somewhere, and that's very complicated.
Yes, bottom row just before the red button, that would be
Yeah, so we've got white graphics, then a new background, then blue graphics, then separated mosaics, and the start of the dithering there, then hold mosaics on, and then contiguous mosaics. But the thing with hold graphics is that the state of the separated or contiguous mode is kept until something is drawn. So here, actually it's not really shown on this artwork, but sometimes you can have some whole mosaics after you've turned contiguous graphics or separated graphics on, but they stay in the previous mode until you actually have a graphics character. Yes, it can get quite convoluted
and addictive, just trying to put colours where there shouldn't be almost.
Nikki says there's some on 269. So can we guess where the hold graphics are? I think down here there must be something.
Yes, on the sign.
Yeah, so the hold mosaics character here allows it to change between cyan and white with no black line between it, and the blue there a little bit.
Paul's back in Discord with his new Turn of the Worm picture, so don't know if that's a new one, but perhaps he'll be back in voice chat when Steve's back from lunch as well.
And I said maybe we could look at the one Beeblepete drew of Sarah Jane, but I can't remember the page number. Chris says there's some on 261 on his tree. Oh yes, to change between the green and the red there.
Oh yes.
Oh, and Pete's on 255. So here we see the page in level 1, and if I switch to 2.5 you can see all the extra detail that's been put in, all the extra colours. So here we've got the red on the lips and the grey there on the teeth. All this is done with non-spacing attributes at level 2.5. So there's no hold graphics needed to change these colours, because these are added on with level 2.5 enhancements.
One thing that did throw me about drawing is that I think certainly on level 1 you can't have black as a foreground drawing colour. Is that right?
Indeed, the black foreground colour is properly a level 2.5 feature, although some televisions that don't support any of the other features do support foreground black.
Is there a technical reason why it wasn't supported?
It wasn't put in the original specification. I think because the code 0 was reserved for something else. So that being the logical place for it, it was because they'd reserved it. It wasn't used.
Yeah, so not a rendering issue at all.
No, although
Saving
the SAA 5050 character generated chip that's used in the BBC Micro and was used in a lot of TVs, that doesn't support foreground black. It just ignores the code.
Yes, the BBC Micro. What teletext did it? How was it to true native teletext mode, or were there any? Is there odd hacks in there?
But there's an odd hack in the sense that when you have double height text, you can have different colours on the. In fact, you can have different characters on the top half and the bottom half of the double height text, and that's because you have control over the memory directly, whereas in a teletext system the memory is filled by decoding the page, so there's no way to overwrite the bottom half of stuff.
Yes, and it did find some use, didn't it, for some games, I think, possibly, because a bit like with the ZX81, you got about 1K of character cells to update rather than a 6K bitmap graphic as you might do on a high resolution screen or the ZX Spectrum that followed. So.
Yeah, it was a very low memory mode. Mostly I think it was just used for menus and things like that, and then the game switched into the high res modes. But yeah, there are a few. Yeah. Mode 7 they call it.
Yes, the real Mode 7 for viewers.
Nikki's asking how the page works. We interrupted there a bit. The secret is that you can't actually edit them in the editor directly because reasons. But if I copy the part of the link out, I can show you the editing tool for making enhancements. It's not very user friendly, but all of this is what Pete's put in to add all those different colour changes. It's a bit like programming language almost. You've got to tell it the coordinates and what you want it to do. Definitely a advanced level teletext editing.
Carl apologises for overwriting page 283. That's fine, and everyone's been remarkably well behaved. Had no instances of deliberate vandalism in almost 100 pages now, so well done everyone.
The colours are easier to do, and that's using the enhancement editor at the bottom of the page. you can select a palette here in the palette editor, and it's got a nice thing that you can click around and change the colours. I'm not necessarily sure that's a good colour choice, but there we go. And this colour table remapping here allows you to choose which colours on the level 1 page are substituted for which colours on the level 2.5 page. The easiest to use is 2-2, because then it's just a case of remapping those colours to what you want and using them as normal.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the sort of general evolution from character map displays to palette mapped, bitmap displays to full colour RGB displays. Not that Teletext got that far. Well, though Teletext with a little t, I think in Japan, I've read they started with a bitmap system simply because the character set would have been too large to do it with a fixed character set.
Don't know if there was something else anybody wanted to look at. I was just going to log in and sort out this page Carl overwrote.
Yep, that's well. In the meantime, if anyone's got any questions for us or technical questions, creative questions, Carl's gone out to buy 8 cans of lager. Could have offered to pick some bits up if he was going down to the shop, pick some bits up for everyone else. Too late now. And for those of you who've just joined us, there is some new Turn of the Worm artwork from Mr. Biffer on page 278, and it is safe for work if you are at work.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Hello, Pete. Hello.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Can hear you. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. We're just waiting for ZX Guesser to repair a broken page. So, how are you doing?
Fantastic. If you want, I'll go over the enhancement bit that looks so mysterious.
Yep, certainly.
Although I may depend on Guesser to bring the page back.
He'll catch up with you eventually. So.
Okay, well, I can probably go over it in short.
Yeah.
Essentially, if you can imagine a spreadsheet with 3 columns, this enhancement editor takes entries into those columns, and at the bottom there's a text box, and you copy the string out of the text box, and you just paste it onto the end of the URL over in your other tab in the editor, and then it adds those enhancements. So that's kind of the high level, exactly what it's doing. You're basically just putting together a complex text string to drop on the end of your editor.
Supplementing the basic level 1 spec.
Exactly. And so the idea is when you use the other palettes, you just want to make sure that your pretty colors are generally in the same hue as the classic colors that you're going to be replacing on televisions that can handle it.
Yeah,
so that it falls back to something reasonably. Yeah, exactly. But after that, it's kind of a 1, 2, 3 process for each line. It's simple and it's tedious, but it is simple. So, for example, in the editor, when you move the cursor around, in the corner it tells you where you are. You know, you're on line 11, column 22, or something like that. And so in the enhancement generator, you say set the position to row 11, column 22. Although there is catch, for some reason, when you say line 11, you've got to add 40, so you end up saying line 51. But, you do that once or twice, and it's not a big deal. But basically, you set the character position you want to enhance. And so, for example, in the original art, the lips on Elizabeth were black. And so I move the cursor to that point, and then I say, this particular character in the page is the one I want to enhance. And then you just need to do one of three things. And if you like, you can do all three. You say, I would like this to be the background color, I would like this to be the foreground color, and then you can say, this is a replacement mosaic character I would like to use instead of what was already there. And because the attributes are non-spaced, it's not going to create any gaps on your drawing either side of this new stuff you just dropped in. So you can say right there in that one character space gap of black page, I would like red, please. And maybe I'll use a particular mosaic so that I get mostly red, but then I've got a skin-colored background. So that works in nicely with the face around, whose color I can change. So by a combination of choosing foreground, background, and mosaic, and kind of surgically striking at individual character locations on the page, you can painstakingly finesse the teletext that you're used to editing.
Yeah. So just to clarify, you've got 3 palettes to choose from with 8 colors each that you can define yourself.
Yeah. As you'll see there in the editor, there's the default palette we all know,
yeah,
the 0, and then there's palette 1, which is also default. You can't make any changes to that. But it allows you to have
halftones.
Exactly.
Yes, very much like the spectrum and the bright attribute. So and there were 15 colors.
Exactly, and then these last 2, the colors you're seeing there, palette 2 there, I've changed the colors a bit from the defaults. I've generally left palette 3 alone, but you can customize the value for those last 2 palettes. So in one line on the enhancement editor, I would say on line 11 in character position 20, I would like to use color 4 from palette 2. Having previously gone into the graphical editor there and set a shade. So like for example, the lips are color 2, which is the third one. Color 2 from palette 2. I originally had something really gaudy, and then I went back to the photo and I'm like, oh, good thing Liz isn't alive. She would be better offended.
Yes, it's...
So the first 2...
Yes, it's back. You've got a bit of feedback, Pete, I think.
The first 2 palettes here on the editor, lookup table 0 and 1, they are actually redefinable at level 3.5, but as far as I know, no TVs were ever produced that can use 3.5. The first...
Interesting.
The first colour on lookup table 1 is actually a transparent colour, so it'd be quite difficult to show it.
I can probably give you an example.
Let's see if I switch that to there. If I put some foreground black in, no, that's not right. There's a way of doing it, I can't remember how. I'd have to change it in the enhancement editor, I think. Or do I need to change the... I can set the default screen colour. So you can see that has now switched to a transparent colour, and we can see the background behind, which is representatively static.
It can also be quite useful if you're drawing foreground color and at a particular point you don't necessarily want to switch to the black color, but just have it disappear.
So this is something else you can do in level 2. You can change the colours of the row in the border, and in fact there's enhancements you can use which can change each row independently to any colour you like, and you can have that colour extend through the page.
Yes, no. Select spectrum similarity there with the user definable border colour. Though without the same scan line tricks for extended horizons and so on.
And another feature in level 2.5, which people may have already noticed in the Twitch chat, but if I go to page 131, say, to see it big, you can see the logos here are created with user-defined graphics. So each this is broken up into 6 characters which are redefined to be a high resolution graphic, and those can be placed anywhere on the page, again using enhancement packets. But it is legal teletext and it does work on my real TV.
Yes, reminds me of ZX Spectrum Basic and the user-defined characters. Used to be the only graphics in early games. So, does anyone else want to have some pages examined in more detail? Learn some tricks of the trade? If this block party was a physical gathering, we'd probably be relocating to the pub shortly. Unfortunately, we can't do that online, but we'll make up for it from the 8 o'clock session with... We don't need alcohol to be immature.
My cider's already in the fridge ready.
Well, we could go back to the new Turn of the Worm frame. I think that was page 278. I shall just see what Mr. Biffo's up to. Excuse me. I suppose, would we be able to have a live drawing session, perhaps? Live collaborative drawing?
We certainly
As a
can.
warm-up for, yeah, a bit of a warm-up for later on. See how many people can be on at the same time before something breaks. Well, there's the invitation. And if we're very lucky, perhaps the link will appear in the Discord shortly. Depends on who's quickest at type. Beat me to it. Thank you.
quite how this is going to work with the number of people we've got on this afternoon, but I'm sure it'll be amusing whatever happens.
It's not. So, okay, so if you follow that link, then the first step, I think you press escape to be able to start editing. For instructions, look at the cheat sheet. Or if you can't be able to do that, just start typing some letters and messages to deface things. We're off already. Just doing the test. Yes, is that a Mr. Biffa or Mr. Biffo tribute with poop in the bottom corner? Oh, I'm having troubles with blast through characters here, so. Right. Try that again. Nope, can't do punctuation. Just leave it like that.
You'd need to switch to alphanumeric white.
I'm not particular, that will do. Okay, do join us and get stuck in. Or get stuck. Can be a little tricky if you're not familiar with how Teletext works. But I think that for the most part, there will be some graphic control characters already in place on the left-hand side. So for those
Every
of you
line
who,
should be white at the moment. I set that up earlier.
for the cheat sheet, when you go to the page, press escape and you should get a blinking orange cursor. You can click with your mouse to move it around. You can use the arrow keys to move it around. If you type capital letters, no punctuation, they should start appearing. And if you use a block of 6 keys on the left-hand side of your keyboard, Q, W, A, S, Z, X, Q, W, A, S, Z, X, except that will be way out of sync while speaking, you can edit individual sixels. So I'm doing that. Now, the way the stream started last night, we had Dan Farrimond and Steve Horsley doing a collaborative drawing, which was quite respectable forward, and then downhill when we were all invited to join them and make our contributions. So this will all start very innocent until there's something worth defacing, and then it's all downhill from there. So do join in, and if you wish to own up to your auditions, do say in the voice chat channel or send a message in the chat.
Try to keep it vaguely in keeping with the Twitch terms of service.
Yes, I can't draw and talk at the same time, but I can't draw without talking either, so it doesn't really make a lot of difference for me. Yes, doing a smiley face in the absence of any better inspiration.
I seem to have found a block that can't be filled in, which is odd.
Oh yes, I had a bit of that last night. That's where the secret code resides. It's like the recall code, Peter has exclusive control over that cell in case of emergency, so just sends out the signal and something appears.
I suppose by saying that, I've given the game away of which part of the picture I'm editing.
Okay, I shall be back in a moment. You may hear some walking noises and cluttering. Right, I'm back with my reference material, which is Mr. T's bins in cardboard form, as first exhibited at and not stolen from, surprisingly, Chunky Fringe 2019. We're hoping that Chunky Fringe will be back this year, especially because we've already paid the room deposit. but that depends on the new date for Digitize Alive. Okay, I think I've made the base of the bins a bit too wide there. Well, I suppose if the collections are a bit less frequent, Mr. T's going to need some bigger bins, so we'll roll with that. Okay, something in the bottom left. That's the prime candidate for being turned into something rude before too long. So see how long that lasts. No, it's a bin. That's okay. We've got a bin race going on here. Lost some bin flow. I'm going to lose this race. So they do have the advantage that they're drawing the smaller bins, so they have less pixels to twiddle. And this is why I hope Steve's back from lunch soon, because I can certainly not compete with his drawing skills. Yes, if you're just getting started on this and don't know quite what to do, it's fine just to type some messages. So I'm going away a bit from up my source material here with the shading on the bins, the bin. There might be a second bin arriving shortly. I do apologise for all the typing sounds. Do let me know in the comments if they're getting annoying. And I shall mute myself from the typing, and we shall continue in vision only for a while. Yes, and if anyone watching on Twitch join us on the editing service, please do.
Check, check.
Hello, check, check.
Huzzah, that sounds like a success.
Hello, Enhanox.
That
Is that how I pronounce it?
Yeah, close enough.
I'm
not even sure myself.
Equinox with an N.
It's something like that.
Yeah. Are you drawing with us on the WTF service at the moment?
I am not currently.
Okay. That's fine. Well, it's all yours if you'd like to tell us a bit about what you do. I'm mute so people don't hear type while I do a bin lid.
Still tweaking slightly.
Oh, Dan, I think Dan's just popped in again. Hello, Dan. Dan Farrimond's back to save you from me.
That's better. I could hear myself. It's putting me off.
No, that all sounds good.
Oh, perfect. Wasn't sure. First time I've done this, so.
Yes, the silence is a bit disconcerting. It normally means someone has broken, but everyone's just engrossed in editing the pages on Ceefax at the moment.
Yeah, I picked a good time.
No, do carry on. I've finished drawing my bin now, so no more typing noises from me.
Fair enough.
Sorry, I've just realised the shading's just looks a bit wrong. Just a quick fix.
Not to worry. I seem to have more tweaking to do anyway. I've assigned the wrong button to something.
Oh, Dan's back.
Hooray. Okay, that bin I've drawn, sign one deserves to be tampered with. It's not a good bin. Right, so all Twitch viewers and everyone in Discord, this is your opportunity to approach Mr. T's bins. He's not arrived yet, so once in a lifetime opportunity, and it may be a very short lifetime if he does arrive while you're there, so be quick about it.
But seeing as it's on a live stream, surely, someone's going to notice and report.
I'll just check what Mr. T's up to, just in case. Mr. T has most recently said Exodus 16:11, then Genesis 28:16. So football result starts. So it's a moment. Takes the global pandemic to distract him from his bins, but I think we've got a few moments.
I was thinking, what if you just steal the bin? I mean,
I'm sorry,
you can't have a go somewhere else.
You're breaking up, or he's jamming the signal.
Check.
Got one check there. Mr. T also appears to be dispensing worthy advice, as he did in the 80s and on Digitizer, so that's good to see. Not advising people ingest disinfectant, so Mr. T for president seems like a good idea to me. Or prime minister. Don't know if he's qualified, if you need to be a resident to do that over here. Nikki's popped into the drawing there, I think. Oh, and Dan, I've just noticed, has been offering a live version of the Teletext podcast, which is great if Carl's microphone's working. Perhaps Dan will be joining us in voice chat shortly.
Check.
Sorry, going to have to go quiet. I think somebody's approaching back soon.
I think somebody's been stymied.
No, fine. Just thought it was a black van pulling up outside with red stripes. You know the type. Probably.
Not a very subtle van, that, is it?
Oh dear. My screen's gone blank.
There's two of them.
Yeah, I'm out the game. My screen's gone blank and I can't reload it.
Well, the service appears to be falling over, so how many concurrent users are we up to? I guess maybe 5 or 6. But it's still working for me, so keep going until it breaks completely. And Discord just crashed in sympathy, so.
So, skyboxes. Aren't skyboxes great? Everybody? Woo!
Skyboxes, yes. We've got 15 minutes to go, so we've got around half an hour of skyboxes. And more.
I don't know if I've got half an hour to say.
Well, I'm currently failing to draw Mr. T of an unfamiliar editor. But MUTTLEE still seems to be running. Yes, it's going through on the Switch screen. So
It'll be fine until you refresh.
don't press F5, everybody.
And any new people joining the service are going to get a lot of mess.
Yeah, I think we'll just have to call this glitch chart. That covers most things. So yes, one half-finished accurate Mr. T, one good self-portrait, nicely done tree which I've ruined with the colour codes or rudeness, so yeah, looking good, getting there, wherever that may be.
Another attempted Mr. T that now looks like a cyan banana split.
What, on top of the tree?
Yep.
Okay, it's got a bit of a mutant duck kind of feel to it. Maybe do some digitise the swans to liven things up. Are you able to save this file for posterity before someone types root? Oh, too late. Oh, okay. Yes, I was just about to comment on the lack of rude words appearing. I think one just slipped in. Oh, Dan's in the voice chat. Hello, Dan.
Indeed I am. Hello.
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 How are things?
I'm talking for the past 3¼ hours, and I'm amazed there's still any viewers and listeners left, so it's over to you now. Thanks, Dan.
What's happened to the artwork? It just disappeared at my end. Most of it has crashed. I'll refresh it.
Yeah, it's gone if you refresh, Dan.
No! Why? What happened?
It's a glitch with MUTTLEE.
What, the whole thing is gone?
Yeah, I've just saved a copy out so we can put it on the service.
Oh, what a shame.
We could start a new drawing.
Okay, sounds good to me. I'm glad that you got a copy of that for our service.
Might have messed up all my Twitch scenes, but I have got it grabbed.
Excellent stuff. Now, I am kind of a chaos, aren't I, really? The moment I jump in, the artwork crashes.
It broke a few minutes ago.
Oh, did it? What a shame. Hello to everybody in the chat. In the voice chat. And hello to everybody out there in the actual Discord chat.
Well, hello to you.
Hi, is that you, Enhanox?
That is me.
Hello, good to talk to you for the first time.
Indeed. Getter was asking if I was going to be turning up to the physical thing. I wouldn't have been able to make it, but luckily it's online now, so here I am.
That's the beauty of the internet, I guess.
Absolutely. Even if it is fraught with technical difficulties from time to time.
Oh, yeah, those are commonplace and expected, actually, but that's okay. It's kind of a pity that this artwork was trashed and bashed, because I can see the bottom of Mr. T just in the bottom right of the page there, and it looks like I don't know what's happened to him. He's been, somebody has been near his bin and he's freaked out.
I think that might have been David.
So, are we going to start a new one? What page? Same
I'm
page?
just preparing a new one on page 105.
Righty. Let's do it. Yeah.
Or trying to.
I will assist. I hope. As long as I don't trash it all.
Collaboration.
I'll start from the bottom. Yeah, collaboration in setting the page up.
It's all part of the community, isn't it?
Absolutely. Oops. This is the most fun part, after all, setting the page up.
Well, that's the bit that doesn't get you taken off air, at least.
Yeah, we've not been taken off the air yet. Nobody's reported us for naughty things. Might happen though.
Yeah, only a matter of time, I'm sure.
If we give it long enough tonight, then we'll certainly be taken down for guideline problems. For floating the guidelines.
No, everyone's been very far.
Been very respectable and respectful. So what time did Biffo leave?
This, I think he's not been in the voice chat, but he has done a new Turn of the Worm drawing on page 278.
Oh, excellent.
Exclusively for Block Party. Or timed exclusive, probably. Probably appear on his Twitter soon.
Oh, right. What was the page number again?
278.
278, okay.
And apparently nobody wants a cup of tea, so I'll just go and make one for myself in a minute.
A virtual cup of tea.
I can tip it on the keyboard, I normally do anyway.
Carlos, what's wrong with your microphone? Exactly. If it's dipping in and out, is it because you're trying to do a lot of things at the same time as chat on Discord? Because I've found that it does that. If you don't do anything else and just speak on Discord with that browser, it's a bit better, I think. Unless you want to join me on Skype or something, Carlos? I don't know. Don't know if I could pipe that through or not. Why are you bothering to hold toilet paper, Plug? You don't even have the arms to use it. A classic Turn of the Worm. And I mean, it's a full story told in just one page. Usually it took weeks of several pages. But this one page needed. Now let's see, I'm gonna get my iPad set up here. Okay. Get stuck in! This is what you're all here for, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, by the way, I've gone live on my channel. So, hi to everybody on YouTube as well. Let's see. What should we do, guys? What are we making? Oh, I don't know if anybody can hear me.
Yeah, it's still good.
What should we make? Just anything?
Seems to be a pretty good picture of a piece of paper at the moment.
Oh, it'll change. How do you insert a row on WXTED, or whatever this is? MUTTLEE. Oops.
I'd love to help you with that, but I've never used it.
Let's use the cheat sheet. If we can find it. There we go.
Clearly, what we need is some of those, those old keyboard overlays that you get with all the key combinations and stuff for programs on it.
Yes. I'd love one of those. A Teletext one. Live! Right, it's okay. I'll do it the old-fashioned way. So, have you been enjoying yourself so far? At the block party, everybody? Somebody says...
Yeah, but one. Oh, go on.
Oh, go ahead.
I know, I was just going to say, everyone seems to be getting together and contributing and chatting and everything seems good.
Cool. So, no naughty stuff yet?
No, everyone's been pretty well behaved.
That's because it's still early, isn't it?
Gunship.
Sorry?
Gunship.
Hi, Carl.
Hello, yeah, Gunship.
How
You
are
had, you had a keyboard overlay for Gunship. I remember that on the Commodore 64. It's mental.
What happened? Oh, go on.
I was just going to say there was the paper ones that you could put in the BBC Micro.
Oh, what happened when you lost the overlay?
You never did. It was too sacred.
Do you ever see them turning up on eBay?
No, I think I know the overlays that you're talking about for the... You used to slide them under a perspex. Used to go just on top of the red function keys on the Beeb, didn't they?
That's
yeah,
it.
we used to steal them as kids and put them in back to front and things like that.
Well, I don't remember those because the only thing I remember of the micros is that they were very old by the time I got to school.
Yeah, you had RM Nimbus, I bet, by then.
I have no idea what they were actually.
Oh.
But there were some games available that we could play. One was a Pac-Man type game. I don't think it actually was Pac-Man. And one was this sort of learning game where I think you were in ancient Egypt or something. And you had to enter... It was like a text adventure.
Oh, Mummy.
No. Oh, I'd love a text adventure of Oh, Mummy. I wish somebody would make that. But yeah, we would type naughty words into it, and it said, "I'm going to tell the teacher you typed that." And we thought, oh no! It has a direct line to the teacher. It emails him or something every time we type a rude word. Oh.
I suppose it could log them for later review.
Or detention.
Well, the trouble
Johnny,
is...
have you been saying bum in the game again?
The trouble is the children tend to know more than the teachers about the computer, so they'd just be expanding their vocabulary once they found the naughty...
But if you programmed forth, you could make a word up that's a swear word, and when you typed it in, it'd actually be a command, so that'd be quite cool. You could just like type in your expletive, and it would actually execute some programs, so you'd never get detention because you're being too clever.
Well, that's next level nerdery though, isn't it? If you would have to have a good knowledge of stuff to do that, whereas your typical school kid gets bored of the computer after about a minute and wants to go and play, I don't know, Call of Duty. Or whatever there was in those days. What was it?
I don't know. It's more Harrier attack in my day, mate.
Oh, Harrier attack's brilliant. I love it.
That was meant to corrupt the children of the time. Harrier attack.
Propaganda.
Desensitise children against the dangers of war. That's what it was meant to have done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I'm sure it was.
Right, to help them in some ways.
I always remember Harrier Attack. It was one of the first games I had for the ZX Spectrum. It was on like a Hits 5 from Bo Jolly, and you could use it. You had to turn the joystick to the side for it to work properly. You know, to control your plane. But even today, watching that plane smash up is absolutely. It's a great piece of animation.
Chugga 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 chugga.
Yeah, indeed.
I think that's why school.
Go on.
I wonder if schools use BBC Micros just because that stopped people loading ZX Spectrum games, which are easier to get hold of.
Maybe.
Or at secondary school, if they had Apple Macs or Acorn Archimedes, that was a defence mechanism against unauthorised games.
Well, we have a dong on the screen.
Are you sure it's Dong? Are you sure it's not Glug the Slug? I think it's Glug. Oh. But if you say it's a dong, it's anything you want it to be, baby. Oh, I see. Ah, you fooled us all.
Wah, wah.
I just love hearing the keyboard noises. Brilliant.
So whose keyboard is clacking?
That's me. I'm not actually looking at what your guys are doing at the moment. I'm doing another page for the Chunkytext. Sorry.
That's okay. Insert comedy here. Excellent.
Computer says yes. Is my keyboard really that annoying?
No, that was brilliant.
I'm just hitting the sixels.
Oh dear. Oh, it's crashed.
Hey, what? The page has crashed? Oh no.
Only for me.
Oh, good. What seems to crash it? Have we found out?
I was pressing delete at the time.
Okay.
Trying to correct a typo. I am responsible for the keyboard noises.
Well, they're wonderful, I have to say.
I might be obnoxiously loud because I have no idea what my sound levels are like for everyone else.
Well, I have an automatic volume leveler on, so it's not so bad for me. So I'm not really a good person to say.
You also have fine to me.
Yeah. As it happens, I'm actually testing audio equipment that was purchased before Chunky Fringe was postponed, so you might actually be able to hear the panel videos.
Oh, cool.
Yes, I apologise. I don't see why Mr. Biffo keeps apologising for the sound quality on the digitizer minis, because when the baseline with the Chunky Fringe videos is way, way down on them.
What videos are those? Did you make your own videos of the Chunky Fringe?
No, those are the panel recording. Chris Bell, Belston, Super Page 58 guy, Kindly brought along his rather professional voice recording microphone, which was set up at the right spot on the table, but the levels were set extremely high, so it was just a mess of clip screaming, basically. So
it wasn't. Go on.
Unfortunately, we ended up relying on the built-in audio, tiny camera perched on the coffee tin by the air conditioning unit. So.
And how was that? Not very good.
Sounds like 3 people fighting an air conditioning unit and losing battery.
What a shame.
So Peter did offer to add subtitles, which are quite necessary, but some of it works as a visual medium, unfortunately.
I enjoyed listening to James O'Malley's panel that he hosted. It's a pity he didn't record the others in the same way that he recorded his panel.
Yes, that was one of the best audio because he had a separate recording for his own, so he kindly salvaged that video. The other 2 were a bit beyond redemption, really. So.
Right.
Oh, do you think Mr. Biffo's made an appearance?
Oh.
That's a very good imitation of a Turner if it's not Mr. Biffo himself.
It could be Horsenburger. Horsenburger's in the chat, isn't he? But he's
on
not
mute,
listening to us.
I think we might have a Mr. Biffo. And Bumtree, yes, I think that is Mr. Biffo. Right, okay. Anything goes now. Forget all artistic respectability. We're now in the land where the bum tree grows. This is what everyone's been patiently waiting for all day, so now's the time.
Yeet. Somebody working on the roof of the house. Who's working on the roof? Who's tiling the roof of my house?
This is Peter. I'm putting some shingles on.
Yay! Why is it double height? Oh, there we go. Fixed. Nonsense. You are not Biffo. If you are Biffo, make yourself known in the chat. I think you're an imposter.
That's good. Alternative method of 2-factor authentication here.
I think it's actually Carl.
Like a capture. Except identify the buses. Which images
My name's been
contain
mentioned.
buses?
What's going on?
I think you had some part in this artwork, really. You're saying you're not helping, but you are, really.
No, I'm not. No, that's not me. I've just done a page 290. That's my alibi. So that's where I am at the moment. While you're on, I'm just doing a quick search. I'm looking for Electrolabs. I wanted to do like a tribute page for reasons I'll go into later, but I can't find a search term to get that that teletext competition up with the Cerebra text on. What term should I use to dig that one out?
It's VBI macrotel. VBI, as in, vertical blanking interval. Macrotel.
Got it. Electrolab.com. Excellent, mate. Lovely.
That's it.
Lovely. I'm looking at that because the interview that's going out for the next podcast.
Yep.
Is really good, and I think that we'll probably have to do something about Electrolab because that that was certainly the reason. What's it? Paul B. Davis was definitely the reason I got into teletext on the computer in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember.
He's done a disappearing act as well. He's not really about, is he? Or for whatever reason, which they're allowed to not be about, but they're not eminent anymore.
He appears now and again. I think one year he helped to judge the Teletext Art Festival. Don't think it was the year that I helped. So. Bamboozle Fan Club meeting to go ahead despite lockdown. So I'm guessing this little hut is the gathering point for the Bamboozle Fan Club. It's the clubhouse. There we go. There's also a bird in the garden. A swan or something. Swan paint! It seems that the person who's done the roof of the house, instead of actually doing the roofing, just typed roofing. There was some roofing here, but I couldn't be bothered to drop. Oh, what happened?
I think Tammy dropped something.
Hello, Tammy.
Hi.
Official unit photographer for fan footage. And...
Did she want to say anything, Tammy?
I think she wanted to say something, but it's too early. Oh dear.
I think I did say something.
She dropped a knife off of icing on the floor. She's making cupcakes in honour of my grandson's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday to your grandson.
He was called Rupert. We had nothing to do in the naming. Poor kid. But, we can show him the cakes on Zoom because they're in Cambridge and we're in Stroud. So we can show him his cakes and then we'll eat them.
So you can have his cake and eat it.
Yeah. And he can't.
I don't think he's going to be very happy with that arrangement.
He's 2. He doesn't really understand. Fortunately.
It's a good way to steal cakes.
So what's happened to the goose? It's supposed to be a horrible goose.
It's wearing clothes now.
Oh, it's gone Sonic the Goose. Sonic probably had a goose friend of some kind.
Yeah, he had all sorts of different animal friends, didn't he?
Tails, yeah.
Yes, and kind of went downhill the more friends were added. Is now the time to preserve this page for posterity before it gets too rude?
Okay. Well, I hope you're not planning on making it rude.
Just hypothetically, it's I think Bum Tree's PG-13 enough.
What about Rubber Harris?
Space.
Unknown. Awaiting classification, probably.
He's got a red face now.
Yep. The bum tree is the living bum.
They harvest.
Bum farm dinner. Thought they grew on the ground. Is that a cannon tree? The bum tree?
Well, it's a head cannon tree. Head cannon bum tree.
Oh yes, and Sonic's friend was Bean the Dynamite, but he was a woodpecker and green.
What was that about Venus the Dynamite?
No, Bean the Dynamite. Yes, that's his name. Green woodpecker. Debuted in Sonic the Fighters, which is probably why I had to look that up, and no one knows who he is. Except he popped out of the capture machine in Shenmue, so that's the only reason I recognise him.
Well, there is a crocodile thingy. Maybe an alligator.
Headphones alligator.
Yeah. But nobody knows what they call these things. There's a bee. Oh.
Could make names up. No one's going to check. Ruffles the bee.
That would be Charmy, apparently.
Charlie the bee.
Charmy, as in, like, charm, you're charming, that sort of thing.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned, though, only Sonic and Tails and Knuckles that matter.
And the others are just surplus.
Absolutely.
The others are just not necessary.
Knuckles felt a bit surplus. Didn't really add a lot with the lock-on cartridge. Wall climbing just killed the pace, really.
It did start off as an enemy, though.
Sorry?
I did start off as an enemy, so I guess, you know, kinda different.
I keep ruining my own bits of art with my incompetence with held graphics. Oh well. Whoa. So can we look at what you're making, Carl? Or is it secret?
No, Dan, it's on page 300 on the Teletext viewer.
Cool. Well, let's have a look at it.
Not that special.
I'd like to see it. Can I see it, Carl? Would you let me see it?
Yeah, you're just banging 300 into the old thingamabob and it will come up.
There's a load of hidden pages in the 300 magazine. Wonder if that's a text adventure or something.
290, sorry.
Oh, okay.
290. Sorry, I'm not that clever. Although I have just found on the internet my very first teletext page I made.
What is it?
A blog post that I did that says build your own teletext pages, and I did the link to Ceefax. But it's sort of balked a bit, so I can't find the link. When I copy and paste it, it just goes in Unicode into the browser.
Right.
Come on.
Well, has anybody ever contacted you about your page, about Teletext, saying?
Yes, one comment, and that was in 2011, and it says from Gary G. September the 8th, 2011. I remember designing teletext pages for the BBC Micro at college. We also used the BBC Teletext adapter to view real pages from the BBC broadcasting on the Micro. All fascinating stuff at the time.
So nobody's emailed you about it, have they? Said, I'd like to have a go at this, or sent you examples of pages they've made on the back of that?
No. Not at all.
Well, how would...
Sorry, I'm going to post a link in the chat on the Twitch. It's there. Sorry, I jumped right in.
In Twitch?
Do you know what do you know what 290 is anyway? Do you know what that is?
Oh, let's have a look. It's a robot.
Page 2.
Is it an AT-AT?
No.
Or a chocobo? Oh,
channel that can identify some artwork that I've done. I'm beginning to feel, like a professional that's been slighted here.
Sorry. Well, what is it?
I'm going to leave it open to see who. Oh yes, yeah. Oh, 123492. Is that an Ed 209? That is. Well done. AL 1234299292. Yes. Well done. Knox is build your own teletext pages. He's posted the link on Discord as well. So yeah. So that's quite cool. It's quite cool. There's quite a few people about.
I'd buy that for $1. Go on.
I'd buy that for. I'm Victor Cyan. I'd buy that for $1.
I'm looking at your page right now.
Ooh, I'm going to count all that Google AdSense or whatever it was. I did some stuff. I couldn't believe the amount of stuff that I did actually on that blog. It's quite a bit.
The Control-Alt-Liar. Gun beaver hunting, back soon.
Yeah, Control-Alt-Liar, that's an anagram of my name.
Oh, right. How witty.
Yeah, it's very good. It's, Attrill.
It's very sexy, because what we should do, actually, this has given me a good idea. For the evening session, we should try and make sexy teletext art. The post-to-shed version.
Oh no.
I might recreate that page, actually. I'll recreate that page and put it on. Oh no, David's gone, no.
Don't want to do it.
No, I'm gonna be quiet and let David come in.
What's the last thing anybody heard me say?
A long time ago.
Oh dear. My press to talk switch had broken. Something had crashed. I've been here all this time talking and nobody's been able to hear me. Oh dear.
You're clipping.
Just getting overexcited.
Oh, that's better. It's a MIDI. Did the MIDI pedal break?
Something crashed on the computer. I don't know why. I restarted the mixer and it's all back to normal. But I didn't notice because I had 17 other windows piled up on top of it.
With regard to doing the special sexy teletext drawing, I think it's kind of unnecessary because it tends to happen anyway.
Yeah, you are right there.
Though if it was a deliberate conscious attempt, it would probably be the thing to most likely to kill the any spark of romance and amorous intent. If it's
the romance of teletext.
Maybe you can do an anti-sexy drawing.
Yes. Like Biffo naked. The fast text keys, road hull is one of them.
Well, I'm pleased to see that someone's turned my snake into a better drawing.
Oh, sorry, that was me. I shouldn't really have done that.
Don't apologise for the improvement. And hoping we'll have Steve Horsley, Horsenburger, back before too long. While you were away, Dan, he was doing a live stream drawing pretty much on a whim. And you can see the results on page 273.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Oh, awesome. So that's one of Horsenburger's artworks, is it?
Yes, I think he dropped in the general channel. He's just like look at something he saw. 2 minutes looking up some reference and off he goes.
Looks a bit like an emo Sonic the Hedgehog character. Emo Tails.
That's not far off actually. It's Solato Robo Red the Hunter. There's maybe an element of that, but the tone is a bit more like Sonic before it got serious, and a fair bit of Laputa, Castle in the Sky. Floating Islands, whimsy and fun, though. Yes, after the twist, it does get rather more introspective.
So is that
stopping being wacky either? So
is it an old anime?
No, it was a Nintendo DS game.
Oh.
By CyberConnect 2.
Star Fox.
No, but I can see why you'd see something similar in the style there, certainly. But like one of the good Star Fox games, so. But I've not played Star Fox Zero yet, so maybe it's unfairly maligned. And actually, I have got a soft spot for Star Fox Adventures even.
David, I think it's ironic that was that a Mode 7 game for the SNES, and we're playing with Mode 7 on Teletext.
No,
Serendipity.
No, Super FX chip. It only used Mode 7, I think, for the background graphic, just a bit of rotating. But yes, we have already done that. That BBC Micro's the real Mode 7, the real Ghostbusters, the Filmation's Ghostbusters, if you like. So. I'll take back over now because I'm dragging it away from Teletext again. If Dan's still there.
Is it possible to reveal codes on the page 104?
You want to?
Sorry, is it possible?
What do you want to look at?
Is it possible to reveal codes on page 104?
Yeah, we can have a look at 104.
I didn't know you could do that.
Show control codes. Anything in particular you wanted to see how it worked?
The tree is being recalcitrant.
It's changed a lot, the tree.
It's recalcitrant.
It's going a bit like the love child of E.T. and the Man's Daddy. So, carry on.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff.
I mean, I suppose I could go across the row and just explicitly engage everything, and so I know what codes are there.
Guys, I'm looking at Steve Horsley's artwork, and he's just going to smoke the competition at this Teletext art comp.
I'm not entering. You should put the new people in.
Well, there's a section for
newbie category.
Section for new people and section for veterans.
Well, I'm never going to win the veterans. All the newers, all the newcomers.
I missed my chance for that invisible Volvo.
Well, it's all about the taking part, not the winning.
There's
I
still
never
trying to
realised
add.
I won a thing last year.
We've still got time to add a special not.
Are there actually people speaking right now? Because it's all gone very quiet where I am.
No, not many.
Oh, that's good. Then.
It's just the voices in your head.
Sorry, I was just tuning the guitar.
Does the guitar have a name?
No, but you could give it one. It's a little travel guitar, if that helps. It's a little small miniature guitar.
There was a director who did a load of Doctor Who. He called his guitar Gypsy, actually.
I've got a ukulele with a name at home, but I don't give it the name. It's my family do. They call it old flipping hell.
Well, we could do a duet because I got my guitar here.
Ceefax returns.
Tammy's got the uke out.
That's about the extent of my ability.
Oh, you've got a ukulele on this stuff?
Yeah, it just seemed like everyone was getting ukes out, so I thought I'd join in.
Ukes!
I'll just check we're presumably hemorrhaging viewers now.
Well, I made myself a teletext page. Someone told me it was all the rage. It's like something from a bygone age. And something else that begins.
It's like Beeblepete is alive and still with us.
Oh, this was worth it.
Whose idea was it for that anyway?
Nobody.
I'm recreating my first ever teletext page. I'm doing that now.
What number is it? 273?
I haven't finished
27?
I haven't finished it yet. 275 to 285 on your radio VHF. Oh, that sounded like Whale Exploding Fist when he does the when he jumps in the air.
I thought it was Final Fight.
Close. Try again.
IK plus.
A few more sounds.
Oh,
That's Streets of Rage.
Very, very, very close. Very, very close. Got the
Is it
name
8-bit
right?
or 16?
16. Got the name right. Just the numbers slightly off there.
Oh, Streets of Rage 2.
Yes, thank you.
I love Streets of Rage 2. It's one of my favourite games. How did I not get that?
Yeah, this is just in lieu of jingles.
Is it like a soundboard?
It's the only soundboard anyone needs, really. Just trying to find the Pin Smash one. Just bear with me.
The streets of rage, rage the streets, where the streets alright, and no mistake, the streets of rage is on. Do 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 do. Oh 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 oh, tell me, baby, coming, are you gonna pick me up? Oh oh.
This is the Saturday morning cartoon
Are you
theme
Street Fighter
tune.
2? Are you Street Fighter 2? No, I'm Streets of Rage. Streets of Rage. Did you ever play the Christmas edition of Streets of Rage?
What's that?
Christmas edition of the Streets of Rage.
No, what's that? I haven't heard of it.
Streets of Sage.
Right. Can you fight as Santa? Santa Claus,
Go ahead, Santa.
you're going down. You're
Merry
not gonna
Christmas,
be.
MF.
We're gonna ruin Christmas forever.
We're gonna beat up some questionable-looking lady sprites.
Enhanox has asked whether everybody started drinking already, because it's only 6 and it's getting chaotic already.
Drinking is something is a reality that we've all got to accept.
Sadly, I do not have that excuse.
Yes, do some comic catching ups.
Well, it seems like the page is finished. Everyone's not wanting to destroy anything, so...
Yeah, exactly. I think it's done.
Was there something to look at? Somebody
I always
wanted
get asked
to
if I do requests.
look at a page?
What, Carlos? What was that?
I always get asked if I do requests when I get my ukulele out.
Columns.
They go,
Over the
"Will you
hills
do
and far
requests?"
away?
I go, yeah, they go, will you? Yeah, they say, will you bugger off?
Be impressed if you could do your interpretation of under logic. Do you need the backing track to get started?
What logic?
Under logic. Basically, move any mountain by the shaman, subtly ripped off.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
not very subtly
Oh.
ripped off.
I can move any mountain. I like that. Is that Focus Hocus Pocus?
Sylvia. Yeah.
That is almost as good as my ukulele. That's brilliant. I like that. Very good. Yeah, very good. Like that.
For those of you who have just joined us, this is Block Party 2020. Teletext, maybe, at some point, perhaps.
Hey! 2.5. Level 2.5. And put white text on it.
Prior to the legendary 2.6, which is still lost to time, to be found on videotapes.
Gone beaver hunting, comma, back soon, keep dancing. One up, I'm gonna send that up, I'm gonna upload that to the server.
Yeah.
What have I got to do to get a new one? Save as new and leave the page blank. Is that right, Alistair? Can I get a check back on that?
Yeah, if the Savers new thing's ticked, it should give you a new page.
Savers, yeah. Type in page 100 and just type in load, yeah? No, I won't do that. Save. Done. Thus is done. Right, okay. So that, on whatever page that is, 292, is my first ever Teletext page I ever made. First ever page I ever made. That was on Ceefax.
So are you wanting to enter that into the novice category, Carl?
Of course. Novice, mate.
It's getting slow now with all these pages.
You're cheating. You're a bunch of cheats.
I
think by the end of today,
I think they're the only ones.
I'm sure we'll get over 100 pages for this block party.
I was just about to say that, yeah. We'll have to go into the 300s.
120, hello mum.
Someone's done a bubble bobble piece. With a poo monster.
Who's
Could
done
be
that?
you. It's you, Carl, isn't it?
Yes, it's me. 'Tis I.
'Tis thee.
'Tis the very... That didn't take long to recreate that page, did it really? 292. That was, like I say, it's an anagram of my name.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, how long do you reckon that took the first time?
As long as it did today. Some images, and I don't know what I wanted to do, so I was just messing around with it. But yeah, it's quick to just recreate them now. I mean, I like Alistair's editor. I sort of know where all the keys are without looking now. And I think I uploaded a picture on my workstation earlier on, and somebody said there's not a lot of keys on your keyboard, and yeah, you're right, there isn't really. But there, it does it all. You can nibble the sixels away quite nicely. So yeah, no, it's really good, really enjoy it. Just need the ideas now.
Do you want to nibble on my sixels?
That's Joe Sixel Pack.
Come and nibble on my sixels tonight.
Crumbs.
Might be the most
just
money anyone's
picked.
made from Teletext lately.
Sorry?
Might be the most money anyone's made from Teletext lately.
Yeah. Well, a lot of teletext services are still going, aren't they? In Europe.
Yeah, I suppose everyone sets out with high artistic intentions, then find themselves producers doing graphics for chat lines.
Yeah, we need to hunt down one day who's made all the chat line art, because they've been anonymous for all these years. But we need to wait for them to retire, really, I think, because who's going to admit to making those artworks if they're still working in teletext? Incidentally, I'd tell you if I made any.
My receipt from Teletext Ceefax holidays to come in for my flight to
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi.
Wonder if we
I can hear somebody playing guitar in the other room. They've been inspired by my terrible guitar playing.
I wonder if we can persuade Nikki to join the voice chat again.
Yeah, it would be good to talk to her.
I was just quite impressed by the way that she's been very quiet in there, but Streets of Rage 2 just brings her out, so shows
Yeah,
just
let's
how
talk
powerful
about Streets of Rage 2.
Join
In
us.
fact, yeah.
Nikki has a ukulele, so she should really have joined in.
I did. Hang on, I'll play it again. This is. I don't know if
I have a Casio tone. I shall be back in a moment.
That's me.
That's beautiful.
Very good.
Sounded very classical.
What is it? I can't remember what it is. It's a song
didn't
for
come out
Adventure
as-
Time.
Okay.
I can't remember which song it is now.
I'm back.
It's wonderful.
I've got Casio tone MT46.
It's time to go back to the 80s.
Don't want the auto accompaniment.
That's wonderful and relaxing.
So can we have number 27, Bossa Nova?
It's got 8 rhythms and a filling. Doesn't have any demo tunes on this one. Right, that's it looks
No drum rhythms.
Oh, it's got rhythms. It's just not got music.
Break it down. Yo, I'm a teletext artist. I'm gonna do a rap about something. Let's see. No need to shove. I am above the glove of love. It's a dove, a turtle dove, blowing high like a bench. What the hell? Sorry.
Oh, wrong one.
The Block Party Band.
See if I remember how to do Streets of Rage in.
So it sounds like it's getting a little bit John Shuttleworth in here.
Yeah, that's one of the sustain that works. Ah, that's. Oh, nice.
I was wondering, does someone want to do some live teletext again?
No, I just want to play guitar now. By the way, I've wiped page 106. If you want to get started on it.
Oh, I'm MUTTLEE.
Teletext, play guitar, and I'm all out of teletext.
Smoothie.
Mai Tai tonight. You want a smoothie
Or whatever.
or just wine?
So we've got a new viewer on the Twitch, Zappa. He was asking
Frank Zappa.
He was asking who everybody is, if everybody wants to introduce themselves again.
Hello.
Okay.
I'm David Walford, and I apologise for the Casio tone rhythms.
Well, I'm Peter Kwan. I do the VBit inserter and the WX TED editor, and I'm on acoustic guitar.
Hey! Woohoo! Well, I'm Dan Farrimond, and I was once banned in Germany on Teletext.
Banned?
Somebody wants to know the story. I'll tell you later.
Alright. I think the absence of actual pub is kicking in.
The absence of what, sorry?
Actual pub.
Oh, okay.
Nominally, this session was going to finish at 6 o'clock to resume at 8, but we can carry on until things dry up, assuming they didn't about 3 hours ago.
Okay.
Ooh, venison.
But they had 2 packs left on the shelf. It was these 2 packs.
So if you visit the link in the Twitch chat there, you can join in and edit this page with us. I don't know how many pages have been created today, but altogether for the block party service, we've just had page 293 uploaded, so well on the way to 100 for the event.
That's just me. Just keep overwriting them by accident.
Hold on. Who has been very naughty indeed? And I've just ruined somebody else's art.
I'm going to leave this. I'm going to.
That's alright. You were drawing the same thing I was anyway.
Right, I've made a right old balls up here.
Choosing magenta. That's a bit early to go there.
293. That's what I've uploaded to. I think I've overwritten my own page, or overwritten somebody else's at 293. Anyone else claim 293 before I marched all over it?
I shall have a look.
I like it when Alistair pipes up. I can hear the birds in the background. He's got blackbirds out there and robins by the sounds of it.
The wood pigeons are obviously being quiet today then.
I've run them over.
That's a shame.
And the collared doves. No, 293 was a new page, so you're alright there, Carl.
Leaf. Absolutely.
It seems to have created 294 as well with the same picture, so I'll delete one of them.
That's me panicking. On my PC, when I upload it, it won't upload all the carousel parts, will it? Which is a shame. I'll have to extract them one by one.
Yeah, you can't put carousels on the system at the moment. Maybe by next year I'll have implemented that.
Test that on.
I added the ability to read carousel pages, so there's a sub-page box now. I added that last night or yesterday, so that people can look at pages in the carousels if they want to see how the pages are made. But no, it's a bit more coding before you can upload them yet.
I thought I saw some carousels on Chunkytext.
Yes, there are carousels, but I've had to upload those manually. I mean, if anybody wants to put carousels on, if you send the files, the TTI files to me, I can put them into the system.
I'm over. See if it works.
What's that on the right-hand side? Looks like it could be rude. Very rude. But that's okay.
It could be Homer Simpson.
Yeah. That's the beauty of teletext.
Was that Steve?
Yeah.
Pixels riddling, man. I tell you.
Okay, I'm back now. Right, let's have a look at how the artwork is going. Sausages, he is the real culprit, apparently. I don't know who Sausages could be. Living with the Casio tone rhythm. So I thought at first that was a recreation of Dark Side of the Moon with the prism. But I'm not sure what it is. Some sort of scientific experiment, I think. And this on the right. I don't know if anybody has any sort of... Yeah. Well, I have no idea what it is. But as long as one person knows what it is they're making, that's fine. Right, so let's have a look at the teletext viewer. See what's going on.
I've just realised that you're streaming as well, Dan.
Yes! Currently, I'm looking at one of Carlos's rocket ships. And mighty fine it is too. Is it an original work, Carlos, or is it from the older days? One of your classic artworks.
You what, Dan? I had you on mute there.
Yes, I'm looking at your rocket ship on 280. Is that a new art?
Yes. Let's have a look.
Is it a new artwork?
Well, I have made. It's not new.
Go ahead.
We uploaded it, but it was a 3D experiment.
3D. You can have 3D in teletext.
So I've got 2 pages up from that. I've got that and the one a bit earlier on as well.
Oh, here we go.
Don't put me off, this bit's hard.
Venus licks beans.
Welcome to the Teletext Block Party. La 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 la. Very cheesy, very cheesy, very cheesy, very cheesy, but you know what's in store.
Right, don't put me off, this bit's hard. Oh, I've done it again. This is in harpsichord.
Who needs craft work?
Guys? No, you don't.
Oi!
What? Yeah.
What just happened?
Somebody's
Well, I
scratching
finished
my
the
beer mug.
Okay, right, we'll have a little quiz.
Okay, go ahead. Is it a teletext quiz?
No. yeah, no, I don't know, it could be. I don't know. Let's have a look.
Should we do a teletext pub quiz?
We could just play Bamboozle.
Yeah, let's play Bamboozle together.
Yeah,
What do you
do.
think?
For real money.
Twitch plays Bamboozle.
Yes! Yeah, Twitch plays Bamboozle.
Unfortunately, it's Christmas Bamboozle.
What
There
I'll
are
do is
lots of...
I'll put a ZX Spectrum cassette in the tape player, and I'll press play, and then you've got to guess what program's loading.
If you could just hold that for about 3 minutes, I can actually get the audio output hooked up to Real Spectrum. Just give me 3 minutes, okay?
3 minutes is all I ask.
And I'll tell you if it loads. I'm just going to come off headphones and bits so that I can hear the progress.
Well, what is ZX Spectrum? I'm just
So apologise for any feedback, but
Carl,
yes.
I think your mic is a bit low.
Yes, this was our plan for yesterday, so I shall just get things hooked up. That means I might be off the mic soon because I don't have enough audio adapters, but you're not missing much.
Okay. Horsenburger is listening to us, as is Grim Fandango. I've not spoken to Jason yet today.
It's just booting up now.
Oh.
So to speak.
Will you give me warning to lower the audio?
What's the matter?
Sabotage.
It's sabotage.
Wired up. Just going to go quiet in a moment.
Commando. If you got Bionic Commando.
Oh. Is that the Beastie Boys? Okay, and we've been taken down for copyright.
Oh,
la 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 la
Pinko,
la ha 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 ha. Sorry, just trying to speak over it to avoid copyright hits.
Does it do that?
On YouTube, yeah.
I've got to go now.
Really?
Nuts.
No, well, I've got the derps going in a minute, but my microwave's going. Beep, beep.
Right. So I'll be back on shortly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Superb.
Superb beer. See what we can do here. Oh, I like this. I'm now looking. So we got Bouillon, chips, beans, means Heinz sausages. He is the real culprit. Living with the Castoni rhythm. Is it Cassioton rhythm? That's it. Living with the Cassioton rhythm. Ah, yeah.
Living with a
Teddy Incorporated.
honey. Yeah.
Okay.
Ow, ow.
Who's done
Support
double height?
Brace.
Now up and connected if anyone wishes to play ZX Spectrum audio data in the channel.
Yes.
Yes, please. I'd love to hear it.
Is it 48k or 128? Some decathlon.
Flashing blue and red.
Tape loading error.
No, it's
Nonsense in basic.
oh, excuse me.
Guess it. I'm gonna guess it. School days. In one.
So we route the output. Well, it's currently mixing the desk while I'm loading locally with Discord output. It's managed to load the program header, but it's crashed after that point. So.
Oh, what a shame.
Coming up. We do. We could do this. We could go.
I think if you can load a program from guitar, that's going to be something definitely to shout about.
I'm just getting a corrected picture of George Formby at the moment, so you'll have to try again.
When I'm loading Spectrum.
It's more of a PC person reinstalling Windows. Perhaps he had a secret bonus track on one of his albums hiding a ZX Spectrum game.
Advertisements.
I'm thinking of you. That's how it sounds like, isn't it?
What's that?
A song.
Which song?
See in the hole. Oh, I'll have to think of it now, won't I? Nothing is new. That one.
Can't say I know it. I don't know if Jason can hear me.
Sign of the times. Sign of the times. The time to be alone. The sign of the times.
Was that Prince?
No. That's sign of the times. That is. That's time when someone dies of a big disease with a little name. Someone picked up a needle and he turned out the same. Do I disappoint you? This level 1 teletext in my mind.
Bit political. So who has erased a Bananarama? You spoil sport. Or whatever it said.
Nathan Jones, you've been gone too long.
I can hear a dog.
Oh, sorry, that's...
Snapper.
No,
Not
that's
Snapper.
the neighbours there. They've got a new dog recently. We've actually got small yappy dogs in stereo sometimes. Which is about what happened at the last block party. No, that's not fair. Snapper wasn't yappy, it was just Buster. That was him.
The other one, yeah.
Guardian of the toilet.
He was very territorial. He didn't want anybody coming near him. He made a lot of noise.
Sort of toilet bouncer, kind of.
Yeah. If
Snapper was good as gold.
Yeah,
Has the
he
Teletext
was.
server gone offline?
Who's gone offline?
What's gone offline?
Fine. Teletext
What?
server's offline.
Oh no.
At 18:39 and 12. The time's working okay, but it's a service interruption. Ah, here we go. It's back.
Yeah, okay, this end.
Fonzarelli and just hit it at the side and went,
Well, my dinner's ready, so I'll leave you to it. Catch up with you later.
I think we'll be starting again at 8, I think was the plan.
Yep.
Because
Okay.
people need to stop for food and toilet breaks and things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay,
And to tune
see you.
ukuleles, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, see you, Peter. Thanks, mate.
Cheerio.
Cheerio.
See ya.
Right.
Danger Mouse.
I'm going to all right, Penfold. Cheers, DM. Right, I must shoot off myself. So I shall love you all and leave you all. And have a good evening tonight. I've got to do some bits and pieces. I might not come back up, but it's been a really enjoyable 6 hours.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for being there, even if your microphone wasn't cooperating.
Easy, mate.
And I apologise for talking so much.
Oh yeah, you keep talking. That's good, and it's been really good listening in while I've been doing the stuff. And you know, we're not seeing each other face to face, but it's important that we keep these things going. So brilliant, really enjoyed it. And,
And hopefully later this year we will be gathering face to face. Maybe at a safe distance, but
yeah, the only setback it's in Harrow, but there you go.
well,
Lovely.
It may still be in Cheltenham as well. So.
Oh yeah, that's it. But no, thanks very much. Catch up with you soon, and yeah, we'll meet again. I don't know where. I don't know when.
Meet again. Don't know where. Don't know when.
So how do you come off this? I know, yeah, you do this on Discord. You type in *by. There you go. I've logged off.
Bye.
Right. Goodbye, Carlos. See you in the future.
Later, see.
Kayanara.
Kayanara.
Well, I've just had the call that my dinner's ready.
Din-dins.
So the question is, can you lot be trusted, or shall I shut the stream down?
It will be good.
I think that might be tea time.
It'll be good.
If anyone wishes to protest about breaking for tea at this point to resume at about 8 o'clock, please raise your hands digitally now in some manner.
I'm going to carry on streaming. I think I'm going to carry on streaming, so if anybody wants to join me, I'm just going to do a bit of art.
Hop over to Dan's stream on YouTube. Links are somewhere.
Excellent. Superb. I'm going to make a new piece of art.
In chat.
Sorry?
Can you paste the YouTube URL in chat?
There's actually nobody in my YouTube chat right now.
Oh no, I think.
No, I thought you had a video stream.
The stream
Yeah.
address, I think.
Oh,
think you-
okay. Sure.
yeah.
Gotcha. Sorry. Oh, what was that?
Is that the sound of
Casualty.
the police?
Woo, woo.
London
Are we?
town.
The
Yeah.
stream address, I think.
Oh,
I
okay.
think you-
Sure.
yeah,
Gotcha. Sorry.
Cheers.
Oh, what was that? Thanks. Are you off, Pete?
No, I'm here.
Oh,
I mean,
So,
I'll be eating dinner in a bit, but I'll be eating dinner here.
where are
London
we?
town.
so Dan's streaming there at the URL I just posted. If you want to hop over there and watch his stream,
Cheers,
I'll
cheers.
talk to you in a while.
Thanks. Are you off, Pete?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Right,
I mean,
So,
dinner in a bit, but I'll be eating dinner here.
Righty.